Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Select Board meeting of Tuesday, January 7th, 2025. Make a motion to open the meeting, or I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tonight, first thing on our agenda is police swearing-in ceremony. We have two new officers, and let us be the first to welcome you to Stoneham. But I'm going to turn it over to the chief.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here, and Madam Clerk and members of the Select Board, Town Administrator Sheehan, Madam Chair, thank you for inviting us again. I think this is just a great tradition that we've started here to do this in public. Certainly the officers deserve it, and I think the community does as well to meet the new officers. So thank you. Thank you to the families for being here as well. So today, it is a very special day for the Stoneham Police Department to welcome two new officers into the ranks. It's certainly a day that I'm very proud about, to say welcome to two incredible individuals joining our team, and more importantly, joining our community. You know, it's a moment that marks the beginning of a new chapter in both your lives. You're coming from different places and different spaces in your lives, so this is a great time to start a new chapter with us, and we appreciate you joining our team. Officer Chris Smith and Officer Kevin Enriquez, you know, they made the conscious choice to step up and to serve, which is, you know, sometimes it goes understated for police officers and emergency service providers. So, you know, I appreciate you taking that step. And it's not for everybody to put yourself before, to put others before yourself. We don't want you to put yourself before others. To put others before yourself. But it's really something to be proud about. It's something that I've been proud about for 27 years. And I think, I know, Kevin, that you have experience coming in. And Chris, for you, it's really something. It's a calling. It's not a job. And I think you'll realize that as you move forward in your career. So really thank you for taking the next step in serving Stoneham. Before we do the formal swearing in, I'd just like to take a moment to introduce each officer individually. First, here on my right is Officer Chris Smith. And it's a privilege, Chris, to welcome you to our team. Chris has been here for a few months. He graduated in November from the Police Academy in Randolph, and he's now in his second phase of field training. So we have one more phase to get through, and then you'll see him out there on his own. But just formally welcome, and welcome to Stoneham. Officer Smith was born in Wakefield. He was raised in Wakefield, and he attended Wakefield High School. You know, we won't hold that against you. I'm also not from Stoneham. So it may take a few months, but we won't hold that against you. It's not held against me, I don't think. Middlesex League, though, right? Okay, all right. So he graduated from Wakefield High School, and after school, he continued his education at UMass Lowell, earning a degree in criminal justice studies in 2017. And then Chris's journey took him to Mass General Hospital, where he served as a security officer. And I just wanted to, I felt like it was really important tonight, because when we do our background investigations, our detectives work really hard at putting those together. We really dig into the personal lives and professional lives to make sure we're getting the right candidate for Stoneham. And, you know, when we call people and ask them, you know, how are they at their job, sometimes we get the canned answers, like, they showed up on time, they did this. But particularly for these both officers, and I've been doing it for a long time, I just wanted to point out some of the things that your bosses said about you, that you were a superstar employee, and that you were the best security officer they've ever had. And I will say that the chief of the Mass General Security, he wasn't one of the people on the list that we call, but he actually took the time to call me personally and just said, like, hey, that's too bad he's leaving, but it's a huge gain for Stoneham that Chris is joining us. And just some of the other things that were said, Chris, about you, that, you know, in high-pressure moments, you displayed complete compassion for folks that you dealt with. You know, he dealt with mental health issues and drug issues and things that you'll see here. So these are some of the qualities that we looked for when we were vetting you. And they commented on your complete professionalism, your ability to handle complex and dangerous situations. And they really spoke about the empathy that you had for people that you dealt with, patients over there and their families. So I thought that was really important to mention. And those are qualities that not only we expect here, but people that we look for when we're vetting candidates. So I just thought it was important to put that, you know, that that's what the people you work for thought of you. So we're super excited to have you, and I know that those qualities of compassion, your work ethic, and your genuine care for people will certainly carry you here, and it's going to make you an incredible asset to us. So stick with those, stick to those qualities, and you're going to be a great asset, and I'm super excited to watch you progress through your career. So thank you for being here. And then, thank you. Yeah. And then Officer Kevin Enriquez. And I'm going to talk about a little about the same for Kevin. And Kevin comes from us from Somerville, non-Middlesex League, but that's okay. But Kevin worked, he was a Somerville police officer for 3 years. And he made the choice. Kevin didn't transfer here. He took the exam to become a Stoneham police officer, to get off the list and come to Stoneham. And when we asked him, when the command staff and I asked him in the interview, like, that's, you know, unusual. Why are you such an early stage? He said, I live in Stoneham. I want to give back to the community that I live in. And I really, it resonated with us, and I really believe that was the case. And Kevin and his girlfriend live here, and they're just a wonderful addition to the police department, and they've lived in the community for a little bit. But Kevin comes from us from Somerville, and he attained an associate's degree in criminal justice from Bunker Hill, and then a bachelor's degree from UMass Boston. And, you know, your commitment to your education, Kevin, is clear, that you've shown time and time again that you're committed and dedicated to this profession. And again, just like Chris, you know, I've been in the business a long time, and the bosses from Somerville called me, and just the comments that they said, and again, I thought it doesn't happen a lot. I want to highlight them, that they talked about his great attitude. He's been such a positive force on their team in Somerville for the last 3 years. Kevin's a bilingual officer, which is a huge asset to our community. And they're really sad that you left, but they completely understood. So again, our gain, right? So thank you for doing that. And it really speaks volumes what they talked about you to the kind of officer that you are and you will become. So they also said that you were very calm and thoughtful, and you took that approach to challenging situations that earned you the respect and admiration of your colleagues in Stoneham and in Somerville. And I know that will happen as you progress in Stoneham. If you just come out with those same qualities, it's going to be a seamless transition for you. So it just speaks to the character of officers that we hired. I really do think that, and I think these are just two incredible people, and we're really fortunate to have them join our team. So I think just as importantly to the families of Officer Smith and Officer Enriquez, thank you. I want to express my deepest gratitude for the support and the love you've given these two gentlemen throughout their careers, their short career and their little bit longer career. Certainly that's the foundation of their success. And I think my parents would say the same thing, and I appreciate that from my parents. But, you know, having someone in the public service where they work weekends and holidays and they miss birthdays, that love and support is certainly going to be big as they move forward in their career. But thank you for providing that foundation and being here tonight. It means a lot. And I do know this moment means just as much to you as it means to these officers. I hope it's a moment that you'll never forget and they'll never forget. It's a big milestone as they begin their careers with us. So, you know, I just want to say thanks. I just want to, you know, before we do the official swearing in, I just want to remind that, you know, law enforcement's not a job. I know I said it before, it's a calling. And these two gentlemen have stepped up to serve and protect the town of Stoneham and make a positive difference. And that's what we expect of you. And I know you're going to give us that. So welcome on behalf of the police department. I want to thank the officers for being here to support you. Welcome to the Stoneham Police Department. Welcome to the community of Stoneham. Families, the same. We're honored to stand with you today as you take the first step in your career here. And we're super excited about you moving forward. So both congratulations to everybody. Thank you. Our town clerk is going to have you up maybe one at a time, and we'll swear you in and pin the badge on. But families, please, like, feel free to get up and take pictures. It's not, you don't have to sit there and be super formal. It's okay. Thank you. Officer Smith, you want to go first? You can do it together, sure. Yeah, that's great, sure.
Less pressure for them.
Perfect.
And I only have to say it once. Right? It's been a long day.
Want us here?
You wanna stand
Stand
over here? You'll just repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon me as a patrolman for the Stoneham Police Department according to the best of my abilities and understanding, agreeably to the rules and regulations of the Constitution, the laws of the Commonwealth, and the bylaws of the town of Stoneham. So help me God. Perfect.
They need to sign.
You've already signed. You're gonna need to sign this little book for me. Right there, you're gonna sign Richard, name and address.
If whoever's painting him or his family want to come up and pin the badge on him, Chris, maybe give us an introduction.
My fiance Lindsay.
Push it hard, Lindsay.
Let Sean was gonna do it.
Sir, get up and get out.
You wearing your best, make sure it won't go through.
You practice this?
Thank you. Kevin, could you introduce who's putting your badge? Great, thank you. Thank you, I think,
you wanna just do a 5-minute recess?
5 minutes.
Yes.
I'll make a motion for a 5-minute recess.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Stoneham TV, 5 minutes, please. Thank you all. Welcome back, thank you very much. Next on our agenda is citizens' comment. Is anybody here for citizens' comment? You can sign in on the sheet.
Lisa Mashburn, 43 West Street. Good evening. As you all are considering whether to present an override, and if so, sort of what that's going to look like, I wanted to offer a couple thoughts sort of in that process. I've heard the thought of offering a ballot which allows for choices of which departments to fund. And as I was sort of thinking about that, it strikes me that that would sort of create a little bit of a tricky situation. It's already a really contentious subject, obviously. That's why so much conversation and thought is being put into it. And I worry that sort of allowing me to say I want to fund police or someone else to say I want to fund another really sort of pits the departments against each other, sort of the community as well, right? We sort of are aligning on where our beliefs are. And I think we have to really view this more as like a one town, one budget, and sort of avoid the idea of giving funds here, giving funds there, and, you know, acknowledging the fact that without a, you know, really well-funded fire department, without a really well-funded police department, you know, we're not really a good, safe, successful community. Without really well-funded schools or a DPW, again, you know, we can't really keep up this community well and safely. And so I'd like to hear the content of an override presented sort of as a solution of an overall budget, as opposed to various departments. I've also heard mention of offering an override with sort of various options for like monetary choices. You know, one option being just a simple yes, no. Another option being sort of two monetary options. And then certainly I've heard three options also put out as a possibility. And sort of whether it's one, two, or three, that to me isn't the biggest question. But I do think where we set those options is actually the more important piece. And that any option offered, whether it's the lowest or the lowest of multiple or just a single option, should really be at least something that level funds the town. I worry that, you know, if we offer like a low, a medium, and a high, in a town where we've really had a history of struggling to pass overrides, my fear is we would get the lowest. And if that's not something that at least level funds where we need to be right now, I think that puts us in trouble and means that we're sort of back in this conversation in another year or two. And, you know, I think it's a hard enough conversation to have, and so we as voters won't really want to be having that conversation again, and we're better off sort of giving an option that at minimum, and I would even argue a little bit above minimum, level funds. And then, you know, another option might be, here's all we could achieve if we did a little bit more, that type of perspective. And I do think sort of giving at minimum a little above level funding and maybe a possibility of a little bit more is something about giving us time, right? Giving us as a community, you as our elected board, sort of time to plan and figure out sort of how we're gonna, you know, build forward 5, 10, or even further, whether it's a strategic plan or simply sort of financial fiscal projections. And you know, without really good planning like that and the time to do it, which is what the override gives us, I think we're just going to be back here again in 5, 10, who knows how many years. But thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Is there anybody else here for public comment? Yep. Just sign in on the sheet. Thanks.
Hi, Kyla Malati, 12 Lawndale Road. Sign in after I speak. I am speaking as the co-chair of the Stoneham Special Education Parent Advisory Council, or CPAC, to share our concerns about the proposed budget cuts and the devastating and long-term effects these will have on our students and staff in the Stoneham Public Schools. General education staff cuts will lead to increased class sizes, and when we combine these with reductions to the kindergarten and special education ESP positions that have been proposed, students and staff will be left unsupported and struggling. The additional workload and strain on our staff will make it harder to retain the dedicated professionals who have worked tirelessly to support our students. As the CPAC, our greatest concern is the effect these cuts will have on special education students. Our special education staff already manage a large number of referrals for special education, and without appropriate support in general education, we can only expect that number to increase, stretching our staff's ability to provide direct services to our students, because the evaluation is time away from those services they are expected to provide. Special education services are required by law to be provided as outlined in a student's IEP. We are concerned that the budget cuts will cause Stoneham to fall out of compliance with state and federal regulations or increase the number of our students who require an out-of-district placement to meet their special education needs. As we're all aware, out-of-district placements can have a significant impact on the budget, creating a vicious cycle that is difficult to recover from. Our special education department is in a precarious position, and these budget cuts pose a risk to some of our most vulnerable students. Thank you for your time and consideration and all the thought that you're putting into this process.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
Carter Waite, 2 Columbus Ave. I just want to start by thanking the chief and welcoming our 2 new officers to town. I think it's a really nice thing to be able to be here for that, and the fact that we do it publicly is great. I'm here because I'm invested in our town and in our community. My wife and I bought our home in this town in 2019 to raise our young family. I mean, I look around this room and I see parents of students that go to that are classmates of my children. The neighborhood and the schools are a huge draw for us. As a citizen, I'm grateful to call this place home, and I'm well aware that we are one of many communities here in the Commonwealth struggling to balance our budget. This issue is complex, and no one wants to pay higher taxes. I come before you asking questions. What is a realistic alternative to an override? Are we seriously considering closing one of our elementary schools? Schools in which our class sizes are already at capacity. I couldn't lay it out any better than she just did. The strains on the special education department. I personally grew up somebody who benefited from special education department. I had help with reading and assistance when I was young. And now I read audiobooks professionally. I'm self-employed, okay? It's not okay to let those kids not get what they need. It's not an option. Sorry, that was not in my speech, but I had to put that in. This is a town in which we just built a brand new high school, which was desperately in need of being replaced. And now we are talking about eliminating many of the arts and sports programs for which we have just invested in these new facilities. Okay. Are we going to ignore the underfunded fire department or public works? I mean, clearly we all are well aware that the firehouse needs to be replaced. These public services are the reason that we all pay property taxes. An override would appear to be the only option at this point to try and make it through not just this coming fiscal year, but for years to come. We all know that we found a way through last year's school budget issues with a grant from the state, and according to the superintendent, now we're strapped with paying that money back, which is only making our deficit this year even worse for the school budget. Again, this is one town, one budget. I think there's nothing that speaks to that more importantly. When it comes to generating more income, just to throw out a couple questions that I have as a citizen, I mean, what about putting parking meters downtown? Again, I realize these are small things, or turning the 2-hour parking lots all along 28 here on Main Street into paid lots. Again, small amounts, but every penny counts, and we're trying to balance this budget, right? And again, we've got more police officers now. I'm not sure if those are replacing ones who've left or not, but as somebody who walks my kids to school in my neighborhood, like crossing Franklin Street, people drive down that street way too fast. It would not be too much of a strain, I don't think, on the police department to put police details out to pull people over and actually give people citations for driving too fast in our town. or driving without inspection, or any number of other violations, right? There are lots of simple things, but again, those things add up. And we're talking about balancing a budget. Every penny counts. This is just simple observations. It's not a criticism of the way things are run. It's just, again, me, a simple citizen here who's trying to just ask basic questions and say, there's got to be a way forward. My last thought is, in order to maintain our town's public services, we need to ask more of every citizen who calls Stoneham home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Sapaceris, and I live at 3 Danby Road. I'm here tonight because I'm a citizen of Stoneham. I'm a mother of 2 young children who are very new to the Stoneham school system, so we will be here for a very long time, hopefully. I have stood before this board many times over the past year to talk about a Proposition 2.5 override, and I want to thank every single member of this board for taking the important first step to just talk about it, to discuss it, to listen to the residents, to understand the gravity of this moment, and to recognize that our town's future really does depend on this. But what I want to say tonight is that the final decision here, if it does get put on a ballot, is really up to the residents of this town, the parents, the business owners, our neighbors. We are the ones that get to decide what type of town Stoneham is and what type of town Stoneham will be. There's been a lot of rhetoric that I've been hearing about how Stoneham got to this point, and I want to be clear that it's not a mismanagement of funds. It's about acknowledging that we've outgrown a system that was put into place decades ago. It's time to adjust that so Stoneham can thrive, not just survive. Stoneham has never passed an override. We've been through this issue time and time again over the past 30 years. Meanwhile, the cost of providing essential services has risen dramatically, our town's needs have grown, and the inflation rate has outpaced the 2.5 cap on property tax revenue increases. We have been asked to do more with less year after year after year, and we're simply running out of options. When you look around at our neighboring towns, they've passed overrides, they've made meaningful investments in their town, they've grown stronger, they're more resilient, and they've recognized that failing to act would have a greater consequence than taking the difficult but necessary step of approving an override. This override isn't just about avoiding budget cuts. It's about ensuring that we have the ability to shape our community's future. It's about protecting all of the services we rely on, not just the schools, but the police, the fire department, the DPW, the libraries. Without this override, our hands are going to be tied. Severe and devastating budget cuts will be unavoidable, and the deficits that follow will touch every single member of our community. But if this override passes, we regain control. We give ourselves the flexibility to invest, to grow, to prioritize what matters to us, what matters to this town. This is truly our moment to rise to the challenge, to make sure that Stoneham doesn't fall further behind, but instead it moves forward as a strong, safe, vibrant community where families want to live, businesses want to come, where they want to thrive, where they want to grow. The decision is ours, the residents, to make, so let's choose to invest in Stoneham's future for ourselves, for our neighbors, and for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Is there anybody else in the room?
Hi, my name is Jill Blagsvet, 23 Maple Street. So I'm here as a concerned citizen about our town's future. I'm concerned for our schools, our teachers, all of our public works departments, and I'm concerned for our overall community in terms of continuing to be a great place to live. The proposed budget cuts will devastate our schools. Many have pointed out how. In terms of town services, you know, it seems we've been working with skeleton crews for many, many years, and we need to do better at supporting them. They're really a big part of the backbone to our community. After having watched a number of the town meetings and learning more myself, I also would support a well thought out and planned override. It seems it would be the best way to solve issues and give us time to plan for the future. Seems we can't continue trying to put out the fire year after year. We need to think forward. My ask, in addition to, a well-thought-out override, would be some sort of comprehensive short-term and long-term plan for Stoneham and our growth. What are we going towards that will help us build and sustain a thriving community? What seems to me is that our boards and committees in the town need to work more closely and collaboratively, along with our senators and others, to make these plans to help us really get ahead of it. And maybe even businesses and towns and citizens groups should be involved in, helping to create sustainable, forward-looking plan for our town. Similar to what others have shared, some things I wonder about are, getting more revenue for the town, how we can make Stoneham more appealing to businesses and therefore nearby towns, why we have empty storefronts in Stoneham and just, prime locations. What can we do to get businesses in there? And how do we attract a diversity of businesses? Not going to go into the school stuff tonight, but without planning for our future, people will leave. Parents will leave and send their children to other schools. It seems that Stoneham would be left behind, and that would break our hearts. So I feel like we need to think outside of the box. And as a community member, I'd like to see a well thought out plan in terms of what's next, how we can help the town grow, and that the override would give us the time to do that. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? Okay. Is there anybody online that is here for public comment? If you can.
Calling Elise Rainey.
Hi, can you hear?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Elise Wolf, 8 Crystal Drive. Thank you for your time throughout the year. Sorry for the feedback. Is there something I should do on my end? No, okay. First, I want to offer a warm welcome and congratulations to the new officers, because I also grew up in Wakefield and I see that background as a strength on our force. I spoke during the public comment of the last select board meeting of 2024 about my concerns about the budget deficits as a resident, and that my concerns are beyond those of just the school district, wanting all of our town departments to have the resources they need to do their jobs, because I trust them to apply their expertise to maintain and enhance our town. I completely echo Lisa Mashburn's statement of one town, one budget. So tonight I actually want to change hats and speak as a professional from my own area of expertise. I'm a parent of a Colonial Park student and an education professional. Specifically, my area of expertise is mental health and education. So while I recognize that my emotions around the current budget deficit for the public schools are driven by instincts to support my own child, I also stand behind my concern as an international speaker on the subject of student mental health. If the proposed budget cuts to the public schools are the reality come next year, what will be left will not resemble a 21st century evidence-based public school system. Children will suffer academically, emotionally, socially, as will their caregivers, multi-generational caregivers. We're used to thinking of teachers as resourceful, that they can make magic out of what they've got, and that will simply not be the case with the proposed cuts. We have data that drives our decision-making when it comes to what students need to grow, learn, and be healthy. We have longitudinal studies going back generations, as well as current data that we trust because it's science. If we do not actively work to pursue revenue streams and other urgent funding solutions, such as an override, we risk doing irreparable harm to our most vulnerable population, our children, who are already, quote, recovering from learning loss and other negative impacts of the pandemic. I personally, as a citizen and as a professional, am in support of an override and the impact it could have to restore the fidelity of our public school systems to an evidence-based system. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Elise. Is there anybody else online? If so, you can open your camera. Melissa? I can't see the last name.
Those might be people clapping, using the clapping.
I can't tell what it is.
Might be some emojis.
If there's somebody that is online that wanted to speak during public comment, you can open your camera, thank you, and go right ahead.
Hi, Corinne Dalton, 40 Linfels Parkway. I wasn't actually planning on speaking, so this is not going to be as well thought out as everybody else's. I support everything that everybody said. One of the things that I haven't heard, might have missed it, is with the new apartments coming online, the concern about how much pressure that's going to put on our police, our fire, and our DPW if they're already stretched thin and we're growing that drastically. That is one of the reasons why I also support an override. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we are going to move back to our regular agenda. As most of you know, on public comment, we cannot debate or discuss that. Later in our agenda, we do have an override discussion. So, moving back to our regular agenda, we do have a site plan for 44 Montvale. Tim, would you like to read the notice?
The Stoneham Select Board will hold a public hearing in accordance with the provisions of the zoning bylaw on Tuesday, January 7th, 2026, at 7 p.m. to be held at the Stoneham Town Hall at 35 Central Street. And remotely on GoToMeeting, login and call information will be listed on the agenda for the meeting and will be available at on the town's website at stoneham.mass.gov. On the petition for a site plan for Joseph Bradford Hart, manager 9 John Street LLC, regarding the property located at 44 Montvale Avenue, Stoneham, Mass, is shown on the plan entitled Site Plan of Land at 44 Montvale Avenue in Stoneham, Mass, by PJF and Associates, and prepared by Paul J. Finocchio PLS and dated July 13, 2022, to remodel the building at 44 Montvale Avenue and construct a first-floor dental office with one residential unit consisting of the second and third floor at the property in accordance with MGL Chapter 40A and the Town of Stoneham Bylaw 7.2 and 4.7.2.1. Plan may be seen in the office of the building inspector by appointment.
Thank you. Dennis or Dava, do you want to touch base on this?
So the site plan was previously approved by the select board. It just passed its expiration date, so the applicant's just looking for an extension. The applicant's in the room if you have questions, but with the department heads are all satisfied in terms of the comments. I don't know if you want to, you don't have to speak, but if you want to say anything.
Good evening. We're asking for an extension to complete the final sign-off, which is a walkthrough by the building commissioner to then approve a certificate of occupancy. As Mr. Sheehan said, all the departments and the electrical inspector, plumbing inspector, DPW, fire department have all, and the assessor have all done their inspections and signed off. There's just the building commissioner left. But given the weather, if there's any like punch list, we just need some time to resolve any issues that would delay the certificate.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So my understanding is the project is complete.
Yeah, it's on the left-hand side when you go down Montvale, kind of.
Yeah, I remember this coming in front of us.
And then it,
Yeah.
for people watching at home, the existing site plan had expired on September 12th, 2024.
So basically, we need an extension to just get all the sign-offs done. Okay.
I make a motion, we extend the site plan.
Do we need a?
How much more
put a
time do you
date?
need? You want like 6 months?
I would just
A
give them
year?
to the end of the year.
The year?
Okay,
That sounds right. Thank you, Mr. Sheehan.
till the end of the year, 2025.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You're good. Thank you. Next up, Maytown meeting, set date, time, location. Dennis?
I believe the proposed is in your packet.
So annual town meeting will be on May 5th, 2025. And open the warrant on 2/3/25 and close the warrant on 3/20/25. 3/3/25. If you want to make those motions.
I move to hold annual town meeting on 5/5/25 at 7 PM in the Town Hall Auditorium.
I have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I move to open the warrant for town meeting on 2/3/2025.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. And I move to close the warrant for town meeting on 3/3/2025 at 4 PM.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dates are in. Thank you. We have an appointment to the Stoneham Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, Connie Pascal. His letter is in your packet. Being a member from the select board on that committee, I've had the pleasure of meeting Connie online, and I think he would be a great asset to add in. And I know, Connie, you're online, if you want to say anything, just unmute yourself. Did see him.
So I did want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to serve the new town that I live in. And I hope I can bring some of my experience with housing to benefit the community.
Well, thank you, Connie. If anybody has any questions, if not, I'll take a motion to appoint.
I'll make that motion, we appoint Connie.
Second. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Connie, welcome to the Stoneham Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. And
Thank you very much.
I'm
I
sure the
appreciate
chairs
it.
will be in touch with you.
I look forward to it.
Thank you. We have approval of minutes from our last meeting, December 17th, 2024. Anybody have any questions or comments? If not, I'll take a motion.
Make a motion, we approve the minutes for December 17th, 2024.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Two abstentions. You guys weren't here.
Stoneham TV, can I share my screen?
Yep. Motion to go into liquor licensing. To return. Roll call. Dave? Heidi?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And the chair is in favor. We're now in liquor licensing. We have a liquor license for Zoo New England, two of them, for 3/8/25 and 5/17/25.
Kirby Behringer is online.
What's the name?
Kirby Behringer?
Kirby. If you have anything to say.
Hello, my name's Kirby. Thanks for allowing me to join this meeting. I'm the Special Events Manager for Zoo New England, so we are submitting two special liquor permit applications for after-hours zoo events on those 2 dates, March 8th and May 17th. Both events are 21 plus, meaning no one under 21 will be allowed to purchase tickets. We have requests going into state troopers for both days. As well, we have security officers to check IDs at the main gate. So that is our plan for those two events regarding the liquor licensing.
And Dava, everything's in order.
Everything's in order, and the plans have been approved by the chief.
Okay. Would somebody like to make that motion to approve both dates?
So, we will make a motion to approve the liquor licenses for Zoo New England Stone Zoo for March 8th, 2025, and May 17th, 2025.
Second.
Roll call. Dave?
Yes.
Heidi?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And chair is in favor. Good luck with the event, Kirby.
Great, thank you all so much. Have a great night.
Thanks, you too. Motion to move out of liquor licensing authority.
So moved.
Roll call. Dave? Heidi?
Yes.
George?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
And we are back to select board. And now back to regular business. We have a bylaw review committee update from Erin Hartman. Hey, Erin.
Hi. Hi, everyone. For the record, Erin Wortman, Director of Planning and Community Development for the town. Do I just say next slide? Next slide, please.
Before
Can
you
we
begin,
get it bigger? Yeah.
can we just say what this is?
Yep.
Okay,
Sure can.
thanks.
Not that you previewed my second slide, but my second slide. So the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee undergoes a zoning recodification. And I'm sure you're saying, what is a zoning recodification? So basically, it's a detailed review of our existing zoning code. It identifies what's out of place, what's out of date, what's inconsistent, and what is missing. It also proposes formatting and organizational changes. It clarifies or adds terminology, eliminates outdated provisions, and provides a more appropriate and approachable, user-friendly zoning code. And the last time we did a zoning recodification in Stoneham, we're coming up on its 40th birthday this year, last done in 1985. So essentially, your zoning code, without getting any more technical, your zoning code basically says what you can do on your property or what your neighbor can do on their property, and what is the path for them to do what they want to do. So what's allowed, what's not allowed, and then what are the requirements or what are the expectations of those things to happen, essentially. Next slide, please. So we did a procurement process. We drafted the scope of work, we shared the project widely, and we solicited proposals. And we selected, or we identified, Fisher Associates as the most advantageous. And that sounds fancy, but that's procurement language. The most advantageous means the price was right, the work could be done, and the timeline could be met. So at that time, we went back to the Finance Advisory Board, Capital Committee, Finance Advisory Board, and the Select Board, and secured ARPA funding and awarded the contract to Fisher Associates in March 2024. Seems like only yesterday. Next slide. So by the numbers, we have 13 committee members on the committee, and that includes town staff and then representatives of the Select Board, so Tim's on it, Planning Board, Board of Appeal, Conservation Commission. We also have multiple at-large members, so people who have different interests or different backgrounds and different perspectives on the zoning code. We've already had, I had to go back and count, 8 full committee meetings. Number 8 was 30 minutes ago. And we typically meet about 2 hours at a time. And literally, we have gone section by section. Sometimes we work directly with the consultant and they facilitate the project, but tonight, for instance, town staff led that conversation. And we have numerous calls with the consultant and smaller meetings with the consultant. So prior to meeting with the consultant, I asked every committee member to, because everyone kind of comes back from different backgrounds, we kind of said, okay, in the zoning code as it exists today, what are your biggest grievances? What are your biggest issues? Like Board of Appeals, like what do you deal with the most? Like in a way that doesn't make sense. Planning Board, like is there something that comes up a lot that really maybe shouldn't or should look different? Or as a homeowner, like what are some things that are really, it just doesn't make sense, right? So everyone kind of came to our first meeting before the consultant with our like list of grievances, and we kind of compiled them. And as we go through the zoning code section by section, we're kind of referencing those issues. And that's why it's really actually very important for town staff to be part of that, because you all might see it from one side, but from like an enforcement side, or people coming in interested in doing business or interested in enhancing their property, we might hear something different. Next slide, please. So looking ahead, and I was told to keep this short, and I was told 3 slides, so I did 6. So looking ahead, we're gonna finalize the draft. It is a long process. It's usually much longer, but we have like a really great group and we're really committed to getting this going. We are gonna host community engagement and we're gonna work toward town meeting adoption. So it really it matters what the committee thinks, of course, but ultimately town meeting decides. We want to have like a really cohesive document. It's going to look totally different. It's going to be a totally different document, and the hope is
Good Google slide.
the hope is that anyone, whether you live in town, whether you work in town, whether you own a business in town, or
Stoneham TV, could you mute the sweet child online?
yeah. That is not my sweet voice. That is a different sweet voice. But essentially, we're going to have a document that anyone's going to be able to open and hopefully have shared expectations of what that document means, what can be done, or what should be done, and then really work toward a more approachable document. Next slide. My last slide's always keep in touch. So you know how to reach me, even though I'm always around, and my email's there. So I'll take questions at this time, if there are any.
Thank you, Erin.
Yep.
I was a big proponent of this because it's 40 years old, the document, so.
Not that that's old, it's just
It needs
time
to be
for a little
updated.
refresh.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So, thank you, and I want to thank the committee and all the members for, I've heard you guys upstairs, kind of tough to listen to everybody, but I know you guys are working really hard to get this done. And my question is, are you thinking for this May town meeting?
So originally, yes. I would say that the big O, the override conversation, I think is kind of, we need to, I'm very deliberate. I want to go to town meeting once. A zoning code recodification adoption requires 2/3 vote. And I really want to make sure it is ready to go at town meeting. So the document might be ready for May, but genuinely, I think it will be at October town meeting.
Okay, thank you. Tim?
Yes, I am going to second that. You know, I think that it's really important, especially given the density of the material. You know, people don't think about zoning a lot until all of a sudden you run into zoning, and you have to think about zoning. You know, people might wonder, how does this impact me? And it's like, it impacts you a lot when all of a sudden you want to do something on your property, or your neighbor's doing something and you're wondering, do they get to do that over there? And one of our main goals and one of our guiding lights is, you should be able to look at our zoning and say, I can read this, I can understand this. You know, if you're a regular homeowner who's looking at home and is like, can I put this in? Can I do this? Can that pool go back there? Or if you want to know, can my neighbor do that over there? Because I want to go complain about it. You should be able to know that. And the same thing with a business that wants to come in. You know, we've had these conversations over and over again about what can we do to bring more businesses into town. Well, I don't want a business to look at Stoneham and say, that town's just too hard to work with. You know, they're confusing. There's a lot of busy work there. I don't want them to say that. I want them to say, Stoneham, that's a great place. Let's invest there and bring our tax dollars there and our employees there and our employment there and our services there. And to me, it's like, this is a way to do that. But it's a dense thing, and it's a confusing thing, and it's a really wonky thing. So, like, let's give it its due and its time. So if it takes a little bit more time, it takes a little bit more time, and we give it its time to sort of the time it needs. And if that means October, then it means October. So I thank you for the work that you've been putting in, Erin, and the work of the whole committee. It's a long process because there's a lot to get through. But it's been really an enjoyable process if you like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
I guess just hearing people in this room and just people around town, we're hearing nothing but how can we generate more money. So does this help us? I mean, one of the things that I've seen in terms of commercial things being built or apartments being built, could we have forced them to put commercial property at the bottom level and apartments above it? Does some of these zoning things help us, and have we vetted those things out? Is it too late?
So the legal answer, it depends. So a lot of recent growth has to do with adding density to existing development. I think that Stoneham is laid out in a really great way, and it was laid out intentionally, whereas you have the commercial corridor, you are still maintaining the residential neighborhoods that I think this town really enjoys, but you have some smaller corridor opportunities, and I think that the town will continue to explore those corridors. Now, there's pros and cons to everything, right? Because, you know, if you live on Elm Street, like right now, there's only houses, right? But if you treat Elm Street like a corridor, maybe you have like smaller businesses like hair salons or, you know, maybe a smaller grocery or things like that. I'm not saying it's going to happen. But thinking about those things, I think that there are ways to increase revenue by making the process, I don't want to say streamlined, because that's like kind of a touchy word, but making it really easy to understand what you need to go in somewhere. And I think it's challenging, and I think that this is not the silver bullet to fix all our problems, but this is like one part of the menu to fixing some of these problems.
And so, again, I agree with a couple things. It is that balance in keeping our town like our town. And yet
Correct.
adding some much-needed income from commercial property. But I can't help but to think of the old New England Memorial Project and say, if they're gonna be building up there, it is in the offset. I'd love it if we had code up there, zoning codes that said, you will build some commercial property up there. Do we have that power to say to somebody that's coming in to build, or they own it, they build what they want?
That one was slightly different. They originally had approval for office space, and the office space market dried up. Then they had approval for biotech, and that market dried up. Then we hadn't met our 40B threshold, so they presented it as a friendly 40B. So they could have put all residential up there through the, the traditional 40B process, and that's basically what they did. So there are, again, state laws that dictate certain developments, and that is an example of it. But for our corridors, you could make certain requirements in certain areas. It's hard to talk about each individual project about it, but.
But I think those are the things that people want to hear that we're doing, and we're making those steps and strides.
And the 40A zone that was recently adopted, which is on Main Street, kind of right north of Elm, it had the requirement, the 40A law said that we couldn't require mixed use. It said we had to allow multifamily by right.
And I just want to add, if you don't mind, Heidi, just to that point about like what things happen. And Aaron, please correct me if I'm sort of getting this wrong. But I feel like there's two big things that the zoning code does. And they're really to me two different types of things. The one really is what things go on in town and where do you want them? Where do you want to do things in town, and what things do you want to do in town? And how much of them do we want to do in town? And then there's that separate question of how do people get it done? How painful is the process to actually do them once we've decided to let you put your business there or let you put a single family home there? And it's like, those are, to me, two very distinct sets of things that zoning talks about. And I think, in my mind, it's like, once you've decided that something happens someplace, it's like, make it easy for people to do things. Like, the more interesting question is, what do we want to do in this town? Because that's what type of town do we want to be? What kind of stuff do we want in what places? That's the interesting thing that that's the kind of stuff that we hear. We don't want to become this kind of place or that kind of place. We don't want that kind of thing over here. It's the what. It's the what do we want? This is where we want it. This is where we don't want it. This is what we want more of. It's the what kind of stuff questions, and that's the color on that map. Like, this is what the zoning allows you to do in these parts of town. That's the what goes on in these areas question. And that's a very different question than a lot of the process sort of stuff. And I really think of those as two different things, and we can work on them as sort of two different sets of stuff to be worked on. How do you do things in this town, and can we make that easy and pleasant? And then what do we do in this town?
Yep.
So obviously there's the two big parts that we keep talking about, which is the updating some of our zoning bylaws, and then making it easier to understand.
Yep.
I am curious which you are
seeing more of? Are you seeing more, a need to clarify, or are you seeing more of a need for us to modernize our zoning bylaws and make recommendations for changes?
So I'm biased. I would say I feel like the code needs to be more modern. But honestly, it needs to be better organized. We need to have we have no, the first thing that the building department says is we need a use chart, which sounds so silly, right? It's like, it looks like an Excel file, but basically I get two kinds of calls in my office regarding development. I have this kind of business, where can I go? Or I'm looking at this property, what kind of business can I put in there? And right now in our code, we don't have like a table that says, okay, you're in like central business district, what can go there? Like, we don't have like a chart that says that. Also, if I'm like, I want to open a barbershop, I don't have anywhere in the code that says, I have a barbershop, where can I go? And I think like that alone is such a huge improvement to our code beyond modernizing it. I think it needs a total facelift. And I'm very excited about it, and I kind of nerd out about it. But I see potential with the code, and I also recognize that the code is 40 years old and it's had amendments and Band-Aids for the last 40 years. And the reason...
4.2.2.2.2.
Point 4, yes. But the reason that, you know, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts does not have like a template zoning code is because it wants to empower cities and towns to have these conversations, to make these decisions and figure out what's best for their community. And that is the most powerful thing about zoning, is that you all get, I say we, but you all get to decide at town meeting and you get to make those choices. And it is, in a lot of ways, a pro-con list. Like, if you want to maximize density and allow 20 stories in downtown, like, you guys can do that. Like, but that's not what I'm hearing as the vision of residents and people who live here. So we have to kind of find that sweet spot in zoning. The zoning code is a living document. It will always need amendments. So once it gets approved in 2025, I hope no one calls me in 2026 and says, why are we amending this already? It's because we have to keep up with it. So.
George?
So,
yes.
when people come to town hall and they amend certain pieces of property to make it mixed use or whatever, change that's been going on, and I get the changing of that part. But is there any talk about changing businesses where they're located on that? For instance, a tattoo shop. 40 years ago, bad outlook, we don't want it in our town. Body art is very common now.
Yep.
I think there's more and more. Is that kind of talk being done? Like, it can be put in different areas of town stuff?
Well,
Okay.
yes. First, I think the first thing we did, well, one of the largest thing we've done so far is the definitions. And tattooing is a great example of that, because tattooing, as it is described today, is body art. But they don't talk about, and something the Board of Appeals has been dealing with, is the cosmetic tattooing, you know, microblading or other types of uses like that, because that falls under tattooing or medical services, and it might not be either. So we've had to define different uses. So now we're in the space where we're talking about every district, and we're saying, okay, this use exists today. How should it land? Like, what bucket should it fall in for approval? Like, by right, shouldn't be allowed, site plan, special permit. And then we're also going back to the list of grievances or topics of conversation like tattooing, and saying like, okay, do we talk about adding X, Y, and Z uses to these districts? Does that make sense? So that's like in another meeting's conversation. But absolutely, to me, everything should be on the table, because that's what a thorough recodification looks like.
I think that's, we complain about empty storefronts, and one reason is because we're not zoned for a lot of different things in times of change, so that's a good thing. And whenever you hear, like, Tim, when you said something about how to streamline the process, to make things easier and stuff. I can't help keep saying, when they come in front of our boards, Conservation, Board of Appeals, Planning Board, and our board, we very seldom, how many no's have been handed out? It's not, the problem isn't on our boards here, when it comes to accepting businesses here, I think. I
100%.
want to be on the record making that totally clear with all our boards.
It is the
We do it-
process that exists that brings people to all these boards. I think is really a hindrance. The fact you have only a once-a-week newspaper, so you're only allowed to advertise once a week. That is hard from a timeline perspective. The fact you have to advertise a minimum of 2 weeks, 2 consecutive weeks prior to a meeting is a hardship. And that's out of our control, right? So I think that it isn't, and I want to be really clear about that too, because I agree, like our appointed and elected boards, I think are very business friendly. I don't feel the process is necessarily business friendly. Like having to do a variance, special permit site, going to 3 boards to open, say, a restaurant in downtown when you want restaurants in downtown is hard. Like it takes a lot of time. And the oversight can still happen and protections can still happen, but it's like advertising for a variance and then getting that approval and then going forward to advertise for the planning board and then getting that approval and then advertising with the select board for site plan and getting that approval. That is just like, it's a lot of time.
Time is one thing. You get the time part of it. We get the other calls on how much extra money it costs, of unforeseen things, which doesn't come from our board.
Yep. And the cost of advertising. I mean, advertising, if anyone's advertised a public hearing, it is not cheap.
You know what I'm saying, right, Dennis?
I know what you're saying. So I think we also live with the legacy of some decisions that were made in the past about hotels that didn't come, or Home Depots, or the Bruins proposal. Like, when we talk about some of these things, some of these decisions and reputation might have happened a long time ago about businesses that made proposals that were shot down because people felt like it didn't fit the town of Stoneham at that time. And then when you look at the map in terms of the financial issues, is everything that's green on that map is open space, and that is one of the draws to Stoneham. And then when you start zooming in, all of this yellow is single-family residential use. So
The pale yellow.
the pale yellow. So, you know, it's not necessarily that this town wants to be able to put gas stations and tattoo parlors and, you know, other businesses in the pale yellow, because that's why
That's
people
not what
move.
Stoneham is.
Right. So if people want to talk about what their community is, this is the time to have that conversation, that if they want to start driving businesses, you have to drive business opportunity. But to Aaron's point, the town is laid out pretty well with the north-south quarter, the east-west quarter, and some outlying areas. But when you look at those zones, it is a very small fraction of the town. So it's more about how do you revitalize those properties that are already there or vacant or underutilized, and what do you allow in that quarter. But it's still a very small section of town, unless the town wants to change what it is in a macro level.
Well, I think that's part of our override discussion, where this is what we live with, right? So we can't have commercial bail us out. We can't, but we can try and make it easier for businesses to come in, tattoo parlors, whatever it is, another restaurant. But the bulk of Stoneham is residential, and then that last third, Middlesex Fells, which they tell us is an amenity, which it is. But we can't do anything with that either, so.
I just want to add, though, if people, we're going to have public conversations about this. And if people said, I'm okay having a small neighborhood market in my neighborhood, that's not allowed right now.
There was on Elm Street.
Yeah, I mean, but if people, these colors are not set in stone. Like, what discussion we're having is that you can say, I am okay with things that are not allowed today, and I want you to change it. Doesn't mean things are going to change, but it means like now is the time to say, I would be okay with having something different than what I have today. But like that's a big decision. Obviously, that would be a major thing, and it can happen actually in quite small gradients because we talk in extreme minutia about zoning, and so you can say like really, really minute incremental things can be allowed or not allowed. And so it is like, yeah, you could say, I want to allow like, you know, like a little like neighborhood type of thing. And so, again, what's really important to me about this process is that we hear people say like, no, I don't want that, or I want this, or I want something that's different than what I have now. You know, all I want in my neighborhood is just single family homes. And if that's what you want, and you know, fine. That will be left alone in single-family neighborhoods. There will not be anything else in these single-family neighborhoods. But if you are saying, like, well, in some of the corridors that go through these neighborhoods, I'm okay with, like, a little market or a little shop or something, then, okay, that could be in there. You could write it so that you do that, and you don't do anything beyond that. But these are all, like, it's actually really, really... you have a ton of little levers that you can pull through this process. But this will only be done if people say they are interested in doing that. You know, it's really, really based on community feedback because, again, it's very much about what kind of community do we want to be? What do you want your neighborhood to look like? What kind of stuff do you want in your neighborhood? What kind of services do you want available down the street from you or not? So it's really, it's kind of an interesting process that you get to take part in, and we don't do it that often. This has been the first time in 40 years that we've thought about this.
I have a question and a comment.
Sure.
My question first is, what are you targeting for the timing of your public engagement conversations?
So I would say spring, but again, it really depends on the override conversation. Obviously, we don't want to compete with public meetings. We don't want to burn people out. Our thought has always been spring. We really want to get out the use conversation that we started tonight by district. We want to go through dimensional, and then we want to get some feedback too. And I do want to say that, like, you don't have to be a language expert when it comes to zoning. If you're just like, I want a walkable neighborhood, and this is what it means to me to have a walkable neighborhood, and this is kind of like how I envision a walkable neighborhood. We can take that information and then kind of do different proposals to kind of get the feelers out of what that looks like. Like, no one has to be an expert. Like, no idea is a bad idea. And a lot of times we're like, what about this? What about this? And those are the very spirited conversations that you probably have overheard on the second floor.
So my comment is related to both this and
I know.
where if we're going to have these public engagement conversations, we know historically the word does not get out there until the very last moment, and we have very poor participation. And both of these are going to directly impact every resident here in town.
Yep.
We need, as part of the conversation on the override, we need to talk about the right way to publicize this, to get the word out, you know, to try to get as much traction and participation as we possibly can.
Yep.
There may be things that we can learn from the school building committee, like I think you guys, they did a great job of really taking advantage of a bunch of different avenues. And we have to spend some time doing that for both of these conversations.
I'm glad you said that, because, you know, I have chicken scratch all over my desk, and I listen to what people say. And one of the things that I have on my list is another summit, where, you know, we get everybody in the room and all these boards, all these committees can talk, and maybe that's a way for people to get the information. So I think we will do this. And I do think this is a great map graphic to have in our presentations when we do have the public outreach. I think people need to see what we're doing.
And it is important to understand, like, the tax base breakdown. And a big criticism we hear, and it started again tonight, and it's out of our control, but housing is housing. Large-scale housing projects are taxed residential. I know a lot of people are not happy about that, but that is the reality we live in. So when you look at the pale yellow and what we call marigold earlier tonight, like that is really all residential. Like drive around town, like it's a lot of residential, and that is the residential tax bucket. So we can absolutely add additional uses and help existing businesses or existing property owners to fill up these storefronts. We're also working with the chamber on a vacant commercial storefront bylaw policy, kind of incentivizing those property owners who are choosing to stay vacant on purpose. We're trying to incentivize them not to do that. So we're working on that as well. But I do, I would be remiss if I said I understand that they do go hand in hand, the override and the zoning recodification, but the zoning recodification is not going to fix all the budgetary issues. And I just want to say that. I wish it would. I wish it did. But it is not going to. I think it will help. It is certainly not going to hurt, but it is not going to, it is just one tool.
It's not the golden ticket.
I wish it was.
Is, just a quick question, is the hospital not mixed use?
No.
It's professional and residential?
Residential.
And professional, because of the medical building next door. Because I was talking to the people at the medical building, if they made the first floor, like Dave said, if you put a the people who drink coffee, Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts, just put two in there. I mean, there's over 700 people when it's all said and done between both.
Yep.
Actually, 3 complexes up there, so. I don't know.
Well, if those owners want to do that.
Yeah, no, it's up, well, I think,
come and
again,
do that.
is that gonna be a zoning change? Because
It could be.
I'm not sure if that's gonna be, that should be it.
But thinking about, the Fallon Road area, like thinking about, thinking about where people live and what the amenities they need, that is part of zoning.
Well, I think, we've heard a lot, part of the budget discussions about longer-term planning. And I think that, to me, recodification helps set a good foundation for a good long-term plan for development goals. You can't develop something into something that you want to generate good businesses or good revenue off of if you don't have the right zoning in place. And so it's a foundational aspect of this. And I really would rather not, I'd rather do it in the right order, which is get the zoning right, and then you can work on all sorts of interesting longer-term planning. I don't know what those plans would be considered, master planning type of thing, where we talk about how do we develop our town to do what we want it to do and generate the revenue that we want it to generate. But I feel like zoning's a foundational
The best place to
piece.
start. Best place to start.
Thank you, Erin.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate it, and, yeah.
Thank the committee. They have been great,
No.
even though we all bicker. We always reach consensus, and that is the goal. So,
Appreciate it. Thank you
yep.
for the update.
And please vote yes when it comes before town meeting. I would be remiss if I didn't say that. Please vote to adopt it when it's ready. Thank you.
Thanks, Erin. Okay, next up is our budget overviews from police, fire, and DPW. Dennis, do you want to start? Or you can have Chief?
Yeah, Chief,
Chief.
Aaron, Deputy Chief, you want to sit up here, or do you want to stand up there?
Whatever you think is
It's up to
easier.
you.
I can stand here. I brought up paper copies so I can stand. Aaron, can you pull your chair? I brought backup. Come on. Okay. Should have a slideshow there for you all. Should have printed it in bigger. Yikes. Okay. So, thank you for allowing us to do this tonight. I think it's very important for the community to hear what's been going on, kind of at a glance with the police department in FY '25, talk about some budgetary issues, and and some things that we're planning on for FY26. So thank you for giving me the time. But before I start, because I really don't want it to get lost, and I don't want to forget, and I want to be sensitive to everybody's time, but I really want to thank the women and the men of the Stoneham Police Department for their efforts this year. It's a challenging time. Budgets are very challenging. We're doing more with less, and it's not unique to Stoneham. It's in every community, in every chief that I talk to. But I don't want to lose sight of the fact of the work that the women and men of this department do for our community day in and day out. And that goes for everyone. The officers out there tonight on this freezing cold night at the accident on Main Street, standing out there for an hour, to our frontline personnel, our dispatchers, and the people that work behind the scenes, investigating crimes, and people that work on budgets like Erin, and people that are mental health professionals, so that are sworn and non-sworn. So I just want to say thank you all for doing what you do. You make us all look good, and I really, really appreciate the work, and I look forward to next year. So thank you. So with that said, this is our presentation to our select board on the 7th, and again, the one person that has really made a big difference in doing this is Erin Sinclair. She is behind the scenes running the internal makeup of our police department. She is with me day in, day out, overseeing the budget. She makes magic happen when we need it to happen. When we're short on money to do a movie night, we just basically, Erin, make it happen. And somehow she makes it happen, and really, the work that she puts into our police department to keep things running is it's remarkable. And it doesn't happen in every police department, I can tell you that. So, Erin, thank you for all the work you do. Our year in review, I'm just going to go over some of the big points that we did. So this year we had 4 officers and 1 civilian leave the department. We had two resignations. I'm sorry, I have to put my back to you all. We had 2 resignations and 2 retirements. 2 retirements for sworn officers, and 1 was our domestic violence advocate, Linda Lease, who was in here a few months ago. And in FY25, we also hired 7 police officers, 5 new recruits, 2 of which you met tonight. The others will be starting the police academy in 2 weeks. We also hired 1 was a rehire that we stole from Chief Grafton from the fire department. That officer came already academy trained, so that's a huge benefit and a huge cost savings to the police department. And Kevin Enriquez, who you met tonight, also came academy trained, so that is a big cost savings for us as well. And we also replaced Linda with a new domestic violence advocate who's already off and running in a seamless transition. We promoted 1 officer to the rank of sergeant, Emily Del Russo, who replaced Sergeant Rotundi, who just retired. And 1 new position that we created this year that I know from my experience will have an enormous benefit and impact to Stoneham and the police department is we assigned a detective to the FBI Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, and the acronym is OCDF. It took me a while to put that in my head. But so what that is that's a team of the FBI and all the federal agencies. They run their special operations units with task force officers. Those officers are state and local police officers. They're sworn in as federal agents. They essentially work directly for the FBI, this detective does, although he does report to us as well. His area of responsibility is New England, and they specifically target high drug trafficking organizations that are sometimes international. They travel internationally to investigate, and they also money laundering, very, very high-level money laundering operations. Why do we do that? And I should say there's only 9 spots in New England for local police departments. And so we compete with a lot of people to get a person there, and we were lucky enough to get a Stoneham officer in there. What that does for Stoneham is it really strengthens our relationship with the federal government, with the FBI. It cuts out all the red tape. If we need the FBI for anything, it's literally, we have an officer that works for them. It's a phone call for anything. It also, it's my belief and my experience that, if we have an officer targeting that international and that high-level drugs, it's a trickle-down effect locally. So we will see an impact on that. And also a huge benefit to us as a department and our budget is when they make a seizure, we get a percentage of their seizure. So asset forfeiture, So money from bad guys, we get a portion of that. With that said, the fruits of the labor take a while. Asset forfeiture is a long, drawn-out process because there's courts and appeals, and everyone has their right to be heard. So we will see fruits of the labor. It will take a few years to see that, but that will help our budget where we have shortfalls in years to come. It will cover anything training and equipment wise that the budget won't cover. There are very strict guidelines, but I thought that was a really important position to add to the department, and we're off and running with that. And the detective is doing a great job. We participated in our national night out, which was a great success in the summer. We had our first SPD movie night on the Common once school got out. We did that. We had about 350 students there and families, which I thought was fantastic. And then Coffee with a Cop events at Target. We participated, which was one of my favorite days, in our second annual Special Olympics softball game. That was just a great event. And the Stoneham Spartans, I think I'm conservative when I say they beat us and my fellow counterparts here. Our team's 15-0. I think that's being very, very conservative. But as I move through this presentation, things like that for our community, there's a cost to that, unfortunately. And as we talk about budgets, it's important to keep in mind that when some of our asks are lined up with that, so we can provide these services and that connection and transparency to the community that they deserve. So just please keep that in mind as I move through the presentation. The other thing we did that I thought was very important with the department, as I looked at the department over the last year and a half, we needed to create an administrative services division, so we added a new division to make 4 divisions with the department: our patrol, our investigative division, our dispatch operations, and now we have an administrative services division. Dave Thistle heads up that division. So what that division does, it oversees all training, it oversees all policy and policy development, it oversees our accreditation and certification process. So that was one thing that we didn't have, and I thought would be just from my experience, would be very, very beneficial. It streamlines operations. It gives people appropriate reporting responsibilities, puts a little oversight on things that we didn't have in place before. So that is in place now. We have a new organizational chart on our website, and please take a peek at it. We also enhanced and revitalized our background investigation process, which is super important when we hire someone. We look at it, the responsibility. It's an investment for you all. It's an investment for us, investment for the town. It's a 35-year investment, so we want to get it right from the get-go. So we took our background process, we broke it down, and we really, really made it a lot more comprehensive. We dig in a little bit deeper than we were doing. We want to get that right candidate. As you saw tonight, those are 2 direct benefits of that new process. So that was another important thing. And then I'm going to pass this around. David, you're the first person outside the police department to hold our new body-worn cameras. Excuse me. I'll get into the funding for that in a minute, but we are in the process of implementing body-worn cameras, and that includes the role of a body-worn camera supervisor, someone to oversee that program. So you will see, hopefully, as we move towards March, all of our officers will be wearing body-worn cameras. It's something kind of new toward in the policing world, especially in Massachusetts, but I would be remiss if I didn't say I want to compliment both police unions for getting this done. There was a contract agreement prior to me getting here, but we still had to develop policy. This is a new thing, and change is hard, especially when you're wearing a camera 8 hours of your 8-hour shift. So it's a new thing, but I just want to compliment the professionalism of both police unions and both police union presidents for working with the town prior to me and working with the old chief and me as the new chief to get this done. It's a huge benefit to the community, to our profession. It speaks towards accountability and transparency, and that's what we want from our officers in our community. The next slide is, excuse me, this is our calls for service for the year. It's a 3-year comparison from 22 to 24. I mean, I can barely, I'm sorry. So in 24, we had, I'm gonna estimate about 18 18,600 calls for service. That's about a 6% increase from 22. So we are seeing the trend go up a little bit, and that's, again, towards more housing, more needs of the community. It speaks to, we need more officers. It's a 6% increase. I don't suspect that to go down with all the development going on, which is not a bad thing. So that's just at a glance, a 3-year comparison. Again, we're up about 6% from 22 to 23, and that's our officers handling almost 19,000 calls, emergency and non-emergency calls a year. The next slide. So this is 2024 FBI major crimes or Part 1 crimes. Just briefly, a Part 1 crime is what the FBI says plagues society the most. Not necessarily Stoneham, because they don't, but this is what they say nationwide. So our numbers are really consistent. There's a 3-year comparison, 22 to 24. I know, I apologize, I know it's difficult to see, but the categories are homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny, motor vehicle theft, and arson. Those are the Part 1, what the FBI says plagues society the most.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Is mental health in there?
Next, it's on a slide, yeah. So mental health isn't part of that Part 1 FBI category. The next slide is, these are more common calls and statistics that we deal with here in Stoneham, day in and day out. And the categories, I'm sorry, George, the next slide is mental health.
Sorry.
These are the number of arrests we had. Any way to move that to the left just a little bit? Yeah, there we go. So it's a 3-year comparison for arrests. This last year we had 82 arrests in 24. Pretty consistent, almost identical to the year before, and very consistent with 22. Our criminal summonses, it's a criminal charge where someone has to go to court. They just don't get the handcuffs put on them. They still have to go to court. They're charged with a crime. Again, very, very consistent. Domestic violence, we had 126 incidents we responded to last year. And, the one I do want to point out is the building person checks. It does seem mundane, but I will tell you, I think I put that in there because it shows that, and I can tell you from my experience, anywhere in the country, midnight to 8 is quiet in the police world. I was a Baltimore City police officer early in my career, and it's quiet in Baltimore City, midnight to 8. Not as quiet as Stoneham, but it's quiet. But I will tell you, so the majority of those numbers, it doesn't mean our officers aren't doing anything. They're out there being proactive. They check our town buildings. They're checking our schools. They're checking our businesses. They call the checks in to ensure accountability that they're doing that, and we log it in our computer system. So that's what they're doing, mostly during the overnight hours when it's quiet. George, I'm sorry. This is our drug and overdose. This is a very important slide to us and to our CIT team. There's a lot of unfortunate numbers on this screen, but with that said, I think our CIT team and our officers, and our fire department and Armstrong Ambulance do a fantastic job dealing with mental health related calls, drug overdoses. So the drug overdoses, obviously, they're exactly the same in the last 2 years and very consistent with the year before. Out of those overdoses, last year, the 19 number, 15 of those were residents of Stoneham, and 4 were non-residents or visitors just passing through. The average age of our overdose patients last year was 45. And in the very unfortunate category of our overdose fatalities, we had 3 unfortunate incidents last year. 2 of those were our own residents. 1 of those was not a resident of Stoneham. And the average age of the overdose fatality was 49 years old. Our mental health related calls, you can see that is up slightly from the 2 previous years. And I do it, it's hard to put your finger on why, because everybody has different things in their life going on. But I think that the climate of the world certainly plays a factor in that. It was a tumultuous year on many fronts. And I think that happens, and we're coming off COVID, and folks are getting used to life back in the fast lane, I guess. So it's that's my estimation as to why that number is there. And then our CIT, a crisis intervention team follow-up, These are the numbers, again, very consistent. And I know it does seem like there's a little bit of a shortfall, but please keep in mind, like, a lot of folks seek their own treatment, a lot of folks refuse treatment. And that number doesn't include follow-ups with family members, those are follow-ups with our patients. Sometimes the patients don't want to talk to us, so we connect with their family members. But everyone that's involved in a mental health, a drug-related call, is our CIT team is on it. They follow up with them, they get them the resources if they're willing to accept them, and hopefully get them on a right path. This is a favorite slide of most, our grant funding. You know, grant funding is super important to police, and I'm sure fire department, DPW as well. There's a lot of things we would not be able to do without the ability of our grants. So the first one's our state 911 grant. And I just want to mention Lieutenant Chris Appalach is our grant administrator, and he works hard to ensure that these grants are put in, the research put in, and hopefully they're approved. We received $231,000 from our state 911 department, and that's used for mandated training for our officers, dispatchers. It's used to staff our dispatch center at times. It pays for our overtime costs when we need a police officer there. And it also pays for Armstrong Ambulance to provide the emergency medical dispatch services that I'm sure Chief Grafton can explain better. But when you call 911 and you have a medical emergency, while the dispatcher is getting it out to the police and fire units, they transfer you to Armstrong where a professional will walk you through things that you could do to help someone before we get there. That an okay explanation of that? Yeah, okay. We received $155,000 from the Department of Mental Health. That's used to fund our mental health clinician, Danielle Vasson, and she's shared by Stoneham and Melrose. And it also pays for mental health courses and overtime. When we send people out to do these follow-ups to connect with our mental health and overdose patients, it pays to fund that. So that really doesn't come out of our budget. It comes out of the grant money. We received from the EOPS, Executive Office of Public Safety and Security, $36,000 for traffic, bicycle, pedestrian safety, training, enforcement. $9,500 for the installation of electronic citations. So a printer is in every police car now. We're just about to go online with it. They've all been installed, and we're hoping that's going to cut down on the time we have someone stop. So it's, you know, it's safer for the officer. It's less inconvenient for the person being stopped. And it's a direct link to the registry where on the back end, somebody has to enter all those citations to the registry. Once we get done writing them, now they'll go directly. So it'll save a little bit of work on the back end. We were only one of 13 departments in the state that didn't have it. So I thought that was important that we move forward on that, and we did. And we're almost about to go online. And the big one was the $250,000 we received from EOPS for our body-worn camera program. And that grant money will cover this program for 5 years. It'll pay for all hardware, software, and storage. And I passed one around, the body-worn camera.
Yeah, George won't give it
I
back.
attached it to
Perfect.
liability purpose.
So again, our officers, you know, we're targeting early spring. We have to do a bunch of training with it. But, you know, that it's just good to point out the training's not covered in that grant. So we have to put folks through, you know, several hours of training in order to go online with this that, you know, that has to come out of the budget that, you know, it's an expensive hit for us to do that, but we think it's really important. We're going to ask Erin to wave her wand, and it's something that we just have to get done because it's so important to the community. So, you know, we're trying to work within constraints of budget. Some of our goals for next year, we have 2 positions that are unfilled, that weren't staffed, that were put in our budgets in FY '24 and '25. We have not filled those. Our goal is to hopefully fill them. I think I know it's only 2 bodies, but when you deal with a department that has 42 officers, 2 bodies is a lot. It's a lot because what that means is it could be forced overtime for folks when they want to go home. They can't go home. It's a hit to the budget when we have to pay overtime for people to do that. So we're hoping to fill those positions. We're seeking funding for a deputy police chief. I think we've done the same last year, and I think years previous, by Chief McIntyre. And a midnight dispatcher. I'll get back to the deputy chief, but the midnight dispatcher, and this is almost like a combo effort by Chief Grafton and I. So midnight to 8, typically there's one dispatcher answering your 911 calls in Stoneham. That's the majority of nights. And you know, from like looking at the operation for a year, you know, that's a hole that we need to fill. We need to have 2 people on the desk. It's a safety issue. It's also like a humanistic issue. So that person sitting there for 8 hours really can't take a break because they're the only ones, they're certified and trained, which you have to be, to answer 911. So even at 3 in the morning to walk around the building to get some fresh air, it can't be done. To use the facilities, they have to call an officer in off the street to sit at the desk for a minute to do that. So that's a position I do think is very critical to the department. I think both departments. You know, and the example is, just a few months ago, we had a 2-alarm fire on Gould Street. I don't want to steal your thunder, because I'm sure the fire department has pictures about that one. You know, and that dispatcher had to run that 2-alarm fire by themselves. And that meant coordinating police efforts, coordinating fire efforts, out-of-town fire efforts, dealing with Eversource, National Grid, all the utility companies. Sorry? Public Works. That's one person doing that. And it's virtually impossible. And I know it doesn't happen a lot, and I know at the beginning of the presentation I said it's quiet in Stoneham, and it is, as it is everywhere. But we got to plan for those emergencies, and we really need that personnel to make sure we're running smooth and safe for everybody. This is just a comparison to our neighbors and how their departments line up, specifically with the deputy chief. Most departments around us do have a deputy chief, and their command structure is a little bit more. I think Danvers is a really good comp for us. They have a lot more upper level people, which leads to more oversight and accountability and responsibility, and hopefully prevents, you know, things from happening. And to add a deputy chief would be big for the police department. We don't have, when we have to conduct an internal investigation, for example, we don't have anyone. Our IA investigator is from the union, which you know, I have all the faith in the world that they doing the right thing. I don't want to put that message out there, and it's very rare when we have to do it. But I think it can present conflicts at times for investigators when they have to investigate their own union people. So to have a deputy chief, I would charge that person with overseeing our internal affairs, dealing with the post commission, dealing with the training council, dealing with the district attorney's office, handling all building and maintenance and cruiser stuff. That we have a person that does it, that wears multiple hats. So I'm looking to take jobs from people that are wearing multiple hats that need to focus on other jobs first and give them to a deputy chief. And just some of our goals continued. We're continuing to modify our policies, to make new policies, to modify some old policies, to put them in, to have them conform to the Police Officer Standards and Training Commission. We're accelerating our initiative to be certified and accredited by the Mass Police Accreditation Commission. And what that is the Accreditation Commission sets best practices in policing. So, and it's driven through policy, right? So we're about 35% of the way there. Dave Thistle oversees that. He's done a tremendous job so far. But again, it does take time. It takes, accreditation could be anything from building issues. Your building has to be a certain way, signs have to be a certain spot, to your response to calls has to be a certain way. So there's a lot that goes into it. There are about 330 some odd standards that you have to meet for certification, and about 157 for certification. So I anticipate probably 2 years for that process, without any additional extra help. I'm sorry. Oh, could you go back one more? Maybe I missed. Accreditation. Citizens Police Academy. That's a big one on the list. I think that, I'm looking for funding for a Citizens Police Academy, specifically overtime, and that is, I think it's great. It's like an 8-week program. We'll have to write the curriculum. I have a lot of experience with it, but it's a great inside look behind the scenes for people of Stoneham to come in, to tour the building, to sit through classes, to learn all about what we do. The more transparent we can be, the better. to go on some ride-alongs to see what the folks are doing out there. But again, it costs money to do. We need someone to oversee it. We need someone to help write the curriculum, and we have to pay people to come in and teach the classes, our own officers. I think it would be a fantastic thing if we did it annually at the police department. We've increased another goal that we've done. We've increased our presence online. I hope you're all connected to us on Facebook. Everybody listening at home. I think this time last year we had 600 people. We're just under 2,000 right now, which is awesome. And we want to monitor that organizational change that we made with the new division, and certainly make adjustments when necessary to it. And some of our highlighted budget requests for next year would be the deputy chief and the dispatcher that I spoke about. We're hoping to continue to increase our overtime budget to mirror actual expenditures, and we have seen increases over the years, so we're hoping just to continue those increases. We're asking for more money for body armor. We have every 5 years we have to replace body armor for our officers, and it costs about $1,200 per officer. So everyone's on a different schedule, but when we onboard new people, like the 7 we just did, we have to pay for body armor. And then two marked police vehicles we're looking for. We're respectfully requesting money for. Again, that's just to keep our fleet up to date. And the next one is I think I asked for it last year, was a police motorcycle. It's I think the $30,000 request. There's a lot of value in that request. I don't want to spend too much time on the motorcycle, but if from a community policing standpoint, I think everybody loves a police officer on a motorcycle. They're attracted to them. They want to see the bike. The uniform looks great. But I envision the bike being at Redstone, being at the high school, being at the school for the kids, being on the Tri-Community Greenway, being all over the place. And it also aids us in getting places where cruisers can't. But the other thing from a chief of police standpoint is it's really important for me to think of things that are going to retain our officers. Stoneham's a smaller police department, and it's important to have things to keep people going. With the new civil service law that passed, I'm sure I don't know if anyone's aware, but officers don't need permission to transfer anymore. So they're essentially free agents, right? Before, in order to transfer department to department, a police officer would need permission from both appointing authorities, from both town administrators or mayors would have to sign off on that. And we would take things into account. And my recommendation would be to Dennis that, we're shorthanded, we really can't let them go, or we can. Now we don't need that. So I really believe it's incumbent upon me to create things that are going to keep our people here, because we have great people, great officers doing great things, and we want to retain them. For $30,000, there's a lot of value in that on many fronts. Cruiser repairs, our police cars are used 24 hours a day. Brett and his team do a fantastic job keeping our people going with our police cars. But there are some things that, they can't fix. And if we think about it, the police car is someone's office. It's like your office at home, except it's just open 24 hours a day. The seats need to be replaced. The radio, the police radios get broken. The lights get broken. We don't account for that in our budget, and we've seen over the last few years that it's really significant, and it takes away from other things we could be doing. So it's a small ask, $10,000 for cruiser repairs. Cruisers are good for about 5 years, plus or minus. We get about 80 to 100,000 on them, maybe a little bit under. But the next one is $12,500 for a police evidence room audit. We conducted this last year. So for accreditation standards, we have to audit our evidence room once a year. And what does that mean? It means every single piece of evidence has to be looked at, gone through to ensure accuracy, to ensure it's in the right place, to ensure what's on the bag says it's in the bag. So we have to do that once a year. We just went through a big process last year. It took a week. And I'm super happy to report everything is where it's supposed to be. The only thing in that report was just some recommendations of streamlining a process, bringing it up to 2025 standards. That's really all that was in there. So that's a testament to Chris Copen, who oversees our evidence room, and our detective division, who also plays a big part in that. But that's a really important item for a police department. the integrity of our evidence, and we need to do that once a year, and again, it is a cost, unfortunately. Our rental range, $2,000 for our rental range. That's our firearms. Our current range, we have a range in the basement of the police station. It's not capable of accepting training for our rifles, for our AR-15s that we have in the cruisers in case of emergency. It's just not up to standards. To repair that, that was a capital request by us to repair it. It's significant. So we do, we have to rent a range in Reading. We go there for a couple days. And almost $6,500 for police academy tuition, and then 11 for uniforms. Uniforms cost a lot of money, and unfortunately, the recruits don't wear the same uniforms that they wear on the street. They're different colors, so we have to buy multiple sets of uniforms. And the $6,500 is for the recruits going to the academy that we anticipate, those FY 24 and 25 positions. The next slide, I just 2 quick slides. These are just pictures of like awesome events that our officers were out there doing. It's our movie night. It's our coffee with a cop at Target, and probably our what do you call it? National night out. I'm sorry, a national night out. So we have an expert in candy. What do you call it?
They get 6%.
But again, yeah, yes. But again, like these cost money to be able to do this. We love doing it for the community, but again, there's a cost to it. And I think everyone is now familiar. We created our honor guard. They were awesome at Fenway Park. If those that saw them for our Thanksgiving Day game, they look much better than the Reading Police Department. And they train once a month. They're super professional. I think we kind of debuted them last Memorial Day. But again, we did 9 events last year. Cost $6,000, not accounted for in the budget. So these are why we're asking for these increases, to have all this awesome stuff to be able to provide for the town, and those are why we're asking for those increases. But thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to start, and this is going to be a question for Brent and Matt as well. What is the ideal number for your police department?
Staffing-wise?
Staffing. Staffing.
The ideal number for us would be top to bottom 44. We're at 42. So if we were able to fill those 2 positions, the FY 24 and 25 that we were budgeted for, we would be where we need to be. With that said, it takes a year to get a police officer hired, trained, and out on the street on their own. So I'm not taking into account, anticipated other things that could come up, but 44 is a number.
So, as you know, we've done a hiring freeze, so we're not filling positions knowing the predicament we're in. So that restores what our ambitions were in previous fiscal years. That number does not include positions that we've talked about before, which is things like a second SRO, the deputy chief, like a 9 to 5 shift for like CIT, mental health. We have a supervisor who helps with the CIT, but someone who's going with sort of our co-responders. And there've been a couple others that we've talked about, additional sergeants or supervisors on overnight shifts,
So again, my question is, what would be the ideal, like 50 is what you're saying?
Oh, that would be wonderful. I'm done, thanks, have a nice night.
Deal.
Deal, done. But, we know what's realistic and what's not, and we're very cognizant of that. And we do appreciate all the time you folks are putting into thinking about our budget, and what Dennis has worked hand in hand with us on the budget. We really appreciate it, and we know the trying times. We absolutely know that, but I think, 50 is great, 44 would be wonderful.
So just for the people who can't see on the screen, a town like Melrose, which is very comfortable, has 50 officers. Saugus is 68, Danvers is 47, Wakefield 47, Winchester's 40, Reading's 46, Wilming's 52, and North Reading, which is a population of 15,000, has 32. So, like many other departments across town, the police department has gone without year after year after year, and the lower number you're seeing, and we might see even a lower number next year, is reflective of what they've gone without for, and this board and the school committee and the finance advisory board have all been supportive of the times we've tried to add bodies over the last couple of years. So I think the department as a whole recognizes that. I think there's also recognition of the situation we're in as well.
I just want to add, we've talked about, and I think this is really important as we think about what does an override fund? When we talk about what does this town need, I don't want to just say we stay at 44. We've talked about where do we really need to be?
I agree.
What holes have we been papering over? If we need to be at 50 or 48, or you said Danvers is a good option. Well, I noticed Danvers has 3 extra positions. They're at 47. They've got basically 3 extra command staff, an extra deputy, and a couple of captains that look like they're over and above what we have. You talked about some mental health positions that we don't have. If that's what Stoneham really would want and should have, then that should be on the list. We should be trying to fund that when we do an override. And I think part of the challenge with the way that the budget for town departments gets done versus the schools is the schools, just because of the way it works, really publicly has to have this painful 12 stages of grief process of here's what I want and oh, I'm not getting it. Whereas you go through that with Dennis between you all as department heads go through that. And
I already told him he's not getting anything on any of these slides.
And that is honestly, that's your role. And that is honestly, that's the school committee's role, is to do that publicly. It's just a different process with the town departments. But the town needs to know that you've gone through that process of being we're being realistic. Well, maybe the town wants more of your blue sky. I really wish I could have X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
And I will say this, it applies to the rest of these departments here. This is the opportunity to say what should we really be trying to buy ourselves up to. If we want to have, an additional mental health person, an additional management staff member, so that we can have some additional accountability, and have people not having 50 hats on, now is the time to make that change. And so that's why it's good to hear. It's good to hear what you need so we can try to actually get it done. Because maybe the window is now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Nicely said. Nicely said.
I wanted to boo him.
Does anybody have any questions for the chief?
I do.
George?
So you bringing up the numbers and stuff, and you brought up the forcing of the overtimes and
Yes.
whatnot. The morale a few years ago was pretty bad because you were losing officers
Right.
and you couldn't hire them in fast enough to get them out of the academy and stuff. And what Tim just said, Ramey, about the staffing number, ultimately, so you don't burn out the good
High performers.
Exactly,
Yeah.
because that's what we're afraid of, is losing
Yeah.
the good. And now it seems like you have a really solid department, and you want to bring in things. Bringing in things is one thing, and I get what Dennis has to say is no to a lot, but having more staff so you don't burn them out with the
Right.
forcing of the overtime
Yeah.
is, I think, way more important than the bells and whistle. Not to be a jerk, but I think,
Yeah, you're right.
I think honestly, that's gonna be how you save these guys, because no one wants to get forced.
No.
Especially if you have something planned and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I know there's a force list and everything
Yep.
else, but it just really, it burns them out.
So we're on a great trajectory with that, but we want to keep it going. We don't want to fall back to where we were, like you just said, right? So I think it's important, like you said, to plan for that, and I agree with you. The backbone of the police department is our patrol division.
Yeah.
The people out there answering the calls, and when you're working and have to stay an extra 8 hours or 16 hours, it burns you out.
So we can just be honest about that story, is that when we run low at 44 or 42, and we have 5 or 6 people leave the department all at once, it takes a year to hire an officer to go through training. And so the number, when you see it, these comparisons at 47, there were periods of times when we were in the 30s or the low 30s, and we still have shifts that have to be covered and maintained. And as I've said publicly, even at his swearing in, is that department, saved the town essentially by supporting each other and carrying us through. But when you run low and then something happens, and you have sort of, even with the civil service law, there's additional risk.
Right. I mean, even right now, we're talking, for us, like, we're putting people in the academy, but, you know, that's really, 42 is not a true number of what's over here now. You know, minus 10 for supervisors on that, now you're down to 32, and then you minus the 4 people going in the academy from the 20s, right? 28. So, yeah, it's a problem right now. It is a problem. And again, we have to plan a year in advance when we hire someone, and that's what we're trying to make up for that now. But there should be a lot of credit for those people that work out in the street every night and that are getting forced to work. It's hard. And it's no different than the fire department. It's trying times. But right now, we're talking the 20s. Like, that's what we're talking right now. So that 42 is really not a real number.
So you need 75.
Yeah. But,
You're
you know,
a
the
bad
one thing I do
negotiator.
want to say, and I think it's really important to say, is I don't want to scare people that when 911 is called, we're going to be there. I promise you we're going to be there. If I got to get in a police car myself, we're going to be there. That's not the case. Patrol will always come first. We will figure it out. But it is challenging, George, like you said, and I appreciate you saying it. It is for those people, but I just don't want to get the message to the community that, you know, 911 will always be picked up. That would be our first and foremost priority in the police department before other else. Other things may take a back seat. There may be some investigations we won't be able to complete. There may be community events we can't, but 911 will always be answered. But thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah.
Thank you, Chief. No other questions?
Yeah, well, actually, it's probably more for you, Dennis, because one of the other things that I found very striking in your requests was that a lot of them are things that you are doing today, but they don't live in the budget anywhere.
Right.
So it's one of those examples of where somehow we always do more with less, right? And it's never really reflected. So my question for you, Dennis, is every department doing something similar to what Chief has done here, where they're looking at, these are the things that somehow we've just taken for granted and somehow found a way to accomplish that we should be building into their budgets moving forward?
Overtime for all these departments is always a hard one, to budget for, because we can't always fully reflect it. But it is also one that we're able to either adjust going through the year or work with other means, like going to the Finance Advisory Board or town meeting to sort of rectify it. The other one is obviously snow and ice, where we, by default, underfund it because we know we're allowed to overexpend it. There's always sort of this group of items that are small, like 10, 12, 15,000, that maybe we can't always anticipate, but we do sort of manage to make it through the budget process and the
But when
end of the
every
fiscal year.
department is doing that, right? When they've got 5 things that are 10, 15 grand, and every department is doing the same thing, that's where the death of 1,000 paper cuts, like we've talked before. And that's why we continually have to cut, because we haven't figured all of those into the true bottom line number of what we want for Stoneham to be the town that we want it to be. And I think that that's part of what we need to, you know, we hear people that come and do their public comment of what are we getting for that money. I think that is a big piece of it. It isn't just this is what the FY26 budget is for each department. It's where do we need to be to really be able to support all of our residents. This is a good example, and I feel like every department should do a similar activity.
I agree. I think, you know, when we talk about the override, it is for operational and budgets, right? So that's what we're looking at when we have these conversations.
So I would just kind of comment on Heidi's point. The fundamental, there's a couple structural issues happening, but a lot of the things that we've seen over the last couple of years is how the costs have gone up for things like body armor, like air tanks for the fire department, like fire trucks and police cars, when they've gone up 30%, and we're trying to maintain the 2.5. So, 2 or 3 years ago, where we were managing a tight budget, there was a glimpse of breathing room. So we But this ability to make it work is getting tighter and tighter.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it right here.
I just want to add, I'm a little nervous with the amount of our mental health budget that is on grant money. You know, I love bringing in the grant money, and I think, obviously, if we bring it in, we're going to spend it on those services. But I think there needs to be a core set of funding that lives within our budget. To the point of lots of things are not in the budget. What I don't like is the idea that everything goes away. And I don't know. I can't tell how much lives within the budget, but I think there's a lot of it that doesn't. And I get nervous about this idea that so much of our service might go away if that grant ends. And I don't know when that grant ends. And I'd rather know we have a core, this is what we would keep, and this is what we would always be able to support within our budget for mental health services within the police department. And then the grant does this extra on top of it. And we would, obviously not be happy if that went away, but we'd be okay. And I'd rather grants be kind of that way. I'd rather them not be supporting the sort of core. I'd rather them be supporting the sort of the extra, the backup, whatever that would be. Exactly.
Good point. All right, Chief, you're off the hook.
Thank you. Thank you very
All
much.
right, this was only his second time, so for how long he went will be better next year.
Can I have my camera back?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice job, Chief. Nice job,
Good job.
Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
Good evening.
Chief.
So I was told I had 7 minutes.
It's down to
Now it's down to 6.
10, 15 minutes.
Now it's 3.
Yeah. But, it's very hot in here tonight, too.
It is warm.
There you go.
You know?
God, I was having a hot flash.
And, being a firefighter, going through the cuts in the past, and living through it, and working with 6 firefighters on duty almost every day. I've been in fires by myself, in basement fires, because we didn't have enough staff. A truck was on another call. We made it to a house fire on Sunrise. It's completely unacceptable, and I hope to God we don't go back there. I feel bad for everyone in this room having to deal with this and go through it. As a select board, town administrator, everyone in here, residents. I have kids in the school. I live in town, and I'm so disappointed that we're here again. Really, I thought we were past it, and I hope we can get through it. I hope right decisions are made and we can move forward. But since I took over in 2016 as the chief, back then there was a public outcry about our staffing, and when I started in 16, they just hired 2 firefighters. I hired the second 2, and then I pushed for a FEMA Safer grant, which got approved in 18, that got our minimum staffing to 8 a shift, our maximum at 10. So we'd never run below 8. All our policies we didn't have any policies back then. I've been working hard to push policies. We run a specific way now. So we sent 2 companies on car accidents, 3 companies on calls for fires, medicals are 1 company. It's been designed this way, and I don't know how to go back. It'll be devastating. So I just want to throw that out there. I know it's going to be awful for everyone if we have to go through it. But I do want to thank all the firefighters, men and women at the fire department, for all their hard work in this past year, including my secretary Ann. It's same thing. We have forced overtimes when we don't have enough. People are on vacation, people are in military deployments. No one wants to come in and work Sunday. Guess what? You're not going home, and you're staying there for 24 more hours, and it's unpopular. And I do appreciate all their hard work and effort and getting the job done and protecting the town. So I hope we don't go backwards. It will kill morale. It did in the past, and I hope we're past it. But either way, I just want to bring that up. But to start. So these are our incidents for 23 and 24. We had about a 10% increase in calls. These are all emergency calls. This doesn't include fire prevention, any other non-emergency calls we do. As you can see, the fire and explosions, that's a 100 series. 200 series are the overpressure ruptures. That increase is basically, I was working with the state on reclassifying how our calls are coded, and a lot of cooking fires don't actually catch fire, but there's charring, and that's one of the 200 series codes. So it's, some of the data does change based on, you know, educating the department and going through like the proper way of documenting. So, but the increases are the increases. The rescue calls and the medical aids, car accidents, that's the majority of our work and every fire department in the country. Hazardous conditions, you know, hazardous materials calls, elevator issues, electrical issues, your service calls, good intent, false alarms, severe weather, and special types complaints. Next slide, please, George. This is the breakdown of the calls we did per company, and this was an odd year because we were fortunate to get 2 new fire trucks that were delivered this year. They took many years to come in, but it changed the numbers of what each company did. So engine 1 came in May of 24, and it shows it did 1394. Engine 2, 984. That's a reserve engine now. Engine 3 is a reserve engine. Engine 4 came in February, but we were only running it for a while during the day and then parking it in the back of the station at night, so it did less calls. We were rotating companies. The ladder truck did the least amount of calls at 811, and it has had a lot of electrical problems this year. It's been out of service more than I would ever anticipate, unfortunately. Engine 6 was when we were borrowing apparatus, and then car 2 is the captain, who's the incident commander. And then other is, myself, prevention guys, if they're out and about, they take in a call, and then mutual aid is companies coming into Stoneham. Next slide. Oh, by the way, that picture, that's a lightning strike on Fellsview Terrace, and it caught a pile of debris in someone's backyard and really took off in a rainstorm. We had a significant fire in their yard, believe it or not. Next slide, please. This is a slide that just shows, it's a couple years old, but it shows the breakdown of our calls versus Massachusetts. And as you can see, our percentages of calls are equivalent to Massachusetts. So we have this basically same percentage of fires, medicals, false calls, etc. Next slide. This was Group 4 on March 5th. We had a second alarm fire at Lennon Road. And that's, you can tell by the smoke, they're getting water on the fire. It turned to a whitish color. And they're actually venting the roof there to get the heat out. And you can see it like pluming up. Next slide. So on November 14th, Group 1 was on duty. And I know they're watching, so I do want to throw some props to them. They're on duty right now. This was quite a shift. They had three fires that one shift within 15 hours. This apartment building, the call came in at 2:13 that they received a fire alarm and a call reporting a kitchen fire. At 2:15, so in about a minute and a half or so, the last company departed the station, and then dispatch notified the shift commander that they had a person trapped on the 3rd floor unit. I arrived when I heard that. I was out on the road. I came into the rear parking lot, and Captain Eastman pulled up to the front. From the rear, there was a little bit of smoke coming out, but there was a crowd of people looking up. So I went over there, and there was a victim hanging out the window. Captain Eastman was on the front. He had a little bit of smoke coming up. He took over basically ordering the crews on what to do. And I had the ladder come into that side and throw the ladder, and the gentleman was able to climb down the ladder on his own without really any assistance from us. Then they moved the ladder to that position to vent the roof. So engine 1 reported heavy smoke on the 3rd floor at 2:18. At 2:17, we called EMS to the Alpha side. We had a burn victim from the unit. At 2:19, I found out from the victim that there was no one else in the unit. That was pertinent information to relay to the crews that were inside. At 2:19 and 18 seconds, the ambulance was on scene. And at 2:21, the occupant from Unit 12 had been rescued. So that was 6 minutes from when we left the fire station to rescuing a person out of this building over a ladder, which I had to bring it up because it was just tremendous work. They did a really, really remarkable job. I'm proud of them. I'm proud of the work they've done. This would be much different at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. And it is what it is. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of some of the accomplishments that we've made this year, and this was a crazy shift. In between these two fires, they had a fire at 10:30 that night on Franklin Street, which was mostly extinguished by the occupant. They basically, it was a small fire, but it caught the blinds and the floorboard. The crews basically put out the rest of the fire with the fire extinguisher. At 5:30 in the morning, they responded to this attic fire, fully involved. The family's power went out, and I believe someone had just gotten home and realized it, so luckily they were awake. Yeah, it was 23 degrees, it was freezing, slippery, and this was the third fire that tore. So, next slide. And then a couple weeks ago, we had another 2-alarm fire on Tamrock Terrace, which unfortunately was right before Christmas, and it was devastating to the family. Next slide. So this is the same request that I've been making for several years. Request to replace the deputy chief position that was cut in 2004. And I'm also, again, requesting to promote 4 firefighters to lieutenant. Also, I've been applying for the FEMA Safer Grant every year for the last, I think 3 years. We've been unsuccessful. The grant's very competitive. I intend to put in for it again. It's 100% funding of salary and benefits, if approved. And it would be for 4 more firefighters. Shift average keeps going down. We run an 8.27 firefighters per shift. It was 8.5 last year and 8.6 the year before. And the reason is military deployments, firefighters with more time on the job get more vacation as they become more senior, and it impacts the staffing and the budget. So 8 is our minimum out the door, and we allow 2 firefighters to be out at once, and then we call for an overtime. So that means every time that we were running 8 almost every day this year. When we, I'll get into this later, but the last, as I mentioned earlier, the last staffing increases were doing 2016, and it was based on public outcry to the select board, and then again in 2018 with assistance from the FEMA grant. This additional staffing has provided us the ability to achieve multiple simultaneous fireground operations, such as rescue while conducting extinguishment. When we run too short, the decision has to be made by the officer in charge. Do we put out the fire, or do we do a search and rescue? And that's a horrible decision to have to make. So you should be able to put the fire out and go get a victim. However, our current minimum staffing level is still very lean. It doesn't leave us much room for error. Just like you could hire a carpenter, or you could have a doctor that's not a good doctor, or not as proficient as someone else, or experienced, or whatever it may be. Like, not all firefighters can drive the ladder truck. Not all firefighters, they all have their strong points and some weak points. So it is what it is. It's the reality of life. So it doesn't leave us much room for mistakes, and sometimes mistakes do happen. Can you go back? I didn't catch the last. Thank you. We don't meet the standards we don't have proper company supervision. So we basically run 2 companies without an officer. So there's a lieutenant on engine 1, and then the captain goes in the car with engine 4. So he's not in the apparatus, but he's going with them on medicals. So I would love to add more lieutenants at some point.
Matt, can I interrupt you?
Yes,
for
of
a
course.
second? What is the standard, statewide, nationwide, what is the standard for a shift?
It's NFPA 1710. There's a call and career, and I believe it's 16, which, and that's also based on the community's ability to afford it. So obviously that is out of Stoneham's reach, but if we could get closer to it, call mutual aid immediately on a working fire, we would be at that level. And that's for a single family home with no basement. That's not for all these apartment buildings in Stoneham. That you need way more help. And if you watch the news, like, Boston will send 100 guys to a fire, like nothing. And fires aren't any hotter in Boston than in Stoneham. They're just as dangerous. They're just more dense, and it's obviously a major urban city. We are not. But
So the ideal shift nationwide is 16. we run 8.
We run down to 8.
We run down to 8.
Mhm.
Our goal is 10.
We should, in my opinion, we should never run below 10. And that would be 3 on each company with the lieutenant and the captain in the car. That would be optimum. So and that's what Wakefield does, that's what Melrose does, that's what Winchester does, that's what most communities around here do. We just never have.
And what does that mean? So when a call comes in, what does that mean? So these folks will go off they'll respond to a fire.
Mhm.
Who's covering if there's something else in town?
It's all predetermined by a run card. So if a call comes in for fire, they leave the station, they get there, yes, it's a fire, we call it a working fire. That means they're, pulling hose, going in to fight the fire. That automatically brings Winchester to our fire, Wakefield and Reading to cover the station. We go to a second alarm, Wakefield and Reading go to the fire with Woburn's tower ladder, and then Malden, Medford, and Saugus cover.
Okay, so I get the feeling that for people that are meeting sort of that, and I understand we are nowhere near, and
Sure.
we're never going to be able to hit a level of 16, but that kind of level really allows you to send a full set of 3 trucks with say 10 people on it, and probably still have coverage with your own people in town, and not bring in as much mutual aid to cover your own town.
No,
Or
there's jobs that
or we're just not doing.
we're not doing, correct. Yep. Like, so like, at that fire when we rescued the guy over the ladder, there should have been someone, there should have been an officer and a firefighter going up to get him, and then someone staying at the turntable to rescue him. That guy was able to walk out. If we had to carry someone out, there's no one at the turntable to operate the ladder. Huge safety problem. It's completely unacceptable to run 2 firefighters on companies. That's just the way it is. So that's what I would love to get away from doing that. So, but our staffing is much better than it was. We've made great strides in the last few years to get us where we're at, but we're still not even where we should be.
So let's touch on that real quick.
Mm-hmm. So here's a staffing comparison from other communities. So North Reading, they're a small community, 15,000 residents. They run 22 firefighters and 5 paid call. Stoneham has 43 total. Wilmington's the next closest with 48. Winchester's 51. Reading's 51. Melrose is 51. Danvers 52. Wakefield 55. Saugus 59. And Watertown 88. So it just shows you, every one of them has an assistant chief or a deputy chief. Melrose just negotiated it in 24. I don't know when they're adding it. We don't have one. Then there's also the deputy chief that's a shift commander. Only Watertown has that. That's something that Stoneham wouldn't ever need. We use a captain. We have enough captains. And then if you look at the lieutenants, Stoneham has 5, Wilmington 6, and I believe Winchester's 9, 8, 13, 12, 11. So our organizational structure is not correct either. Next slide. And then as far as budget comparisons, we're a little bit more than North Reading, and we're $1 million below the next town that compares to us. And we're, just from Wakefield, we're, $2 million less than Wakefield? So we're not even close to them. This is just a staffing flow chart which shows our minimum of how we do run. And I put under engine 4, it shows captain in the car. So they run not in that truck, they go with it. Just to be a supervisor on medical aids. So they're running, we split calls. So the lieutenant goes on one call in engine 1, then the captain with engine 4, and they keep rotating. The ladder goes with them on car accidents, elevator entrapments, and alarm calls. They all go on fire alarms. This to the right is what I would say would be optimum for Stoneham. That should be our goal someday, which would be the captain as a shift commander, each company with 3 minimum of a lieutenant and 2 firefighters, and that's what Wakefield does. Like I said, all these other towns.
And you have to multiply, because how many shifts do you have?
There's 4 shifts.
So there's 4
Mhm.
shifts, so you take the graph and you have to multiply it by 4 to understand the total staffing structure that he's trying to.
The other option, and it's what Gloucester did, was they eliminated a shift and created more hours, but used that to increase the staffing. And I don't know, that's obviously a negotiating thing with the union, but that is something that has happened in this vicinity, and they're the only community that I know that did it, but I think it's worked well for them. Next slide.
I'll just say,
Mhm.
I would want to know, what would it cost to run a real department with
Don't call it a
proper?
real.
Oh, sorry, I actually shouldn't call it that. That's not what I meant.
No offense taken.
No, that's not what I really, I don't mean to be offensive with that. I mean a ideal, really. A department that is properly staffed from both a structure and a level perspective. You guys do the real work with a ridiculous level of staffing.
This is probably your answer.
So
right.
I want to, I want to.
That's your answer right there.
Look at the
If that's
population
what
in
we
North Reading.
need, yes, they're tiny. But we saw that in the police numbers too. I mean, the police numbers, their staff levels were also really, really small on the police side as well. But if we need an operating budget that's higher to make the fire department have proper funding levels and staffing levels, then that's something that should be presented as we talk about what the proper budget is for the fire department. And that's what we can tell people. Like, you will have a response to your house when your house is on fire that will have 10 people, and all of them will have the proper management in place, and there'll be people there that can, effectively rescue you and your family.
Well, there's, the company officer's in charge of the crew. They're in charge of taking orders, giving orders, making sure that the job is performed. So if the pump operator's having a hard time with the pump, the lieutenant's gonna run out and be like, hey, do this. It's teamwork. That's where I said we don't have room for error, with the way we run. And there should be supervision. They're $1 million trucks and there's no boss on it. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's set up that way for a reason, and for whatever, Stoneham's been this way since probably the 1960s. There's just we've never changed. So you talk about the inflation that's impacting the town as it's impacting families and everyone else. Like, the cost of engine 1, which I believe we ordered in 2021, was $836,000. Engine 4 we gratefully got from APA funds. We got it for $865,000. Both of those engines would be $1.2 million today in a 4-year delivery time.
4 years.
Mhm. 4 years to build that.
Wow.
So it took I think it took 3 years to get engine 1, and then fortunately engine 4 was a canceled order that we were able to grab. And chief from another community down south called me and couldn't believe we got engine 4 for that price. They were looking at buying. There was 2 of them built identical. They were looking to buy that one, and they were going to pay much more. So. And as far as grants in 2024, Lieutenant Rourke, who's our fire prevention lieutenant, he was successful at getting the FEMA AFG grant, which is what we used a few years ago to get the radios. He was able to get 5 automated chest compression devices. They're called Lucas devices. So now we have them on every fire truck and on every ambulance in Stoneham. And what they do is they do CPR, chest compressions. When if you're trying to carry someone on a backboard from the 3rd floor down, it's really tough to do adequate chest compressions. This machine will do it for you. To the point where long-term CPR in the hospitals, they will call for like Melrose's ambulance to bring their Lucas device to keep the person, with adequate chest compressions. But they successfully restored a patient's pulse already. I know we've used them twice, but we had one. I don't know the patient's final outcome, but it did bring back a pulse. For other grants, we got the DFS equipment grant where we purchased nozzles, appliances, hoses. The students safe grant and senior safe, we get that. That's a every year grant, $8,100. The Meyer equipment grant we got and split with Public Works and the police department, and basically got traffic safety devices, cones, signage. The MEMA EMPG grant pays for one of our data systems, and the Lieutenant Rook got the Dennis Leary Firefighters Grant. He bought a training prop that teaches forcible entry. So that was a $9,000 grant. And on July 1st, we switched to Armstrong Ambulance, and it did change the model of service. We had previously we had one ALS ambulance, one BLS ambulance. The calls would come in, and it took time for the dispatch to decide which ambulance to send. We switched to Armstrong. We went with the PB model, so now every ambulance has a paramedic and a basic. So if you see two ambulances going on a call, it's probably to bring the medic to that call to get two medics. But they have an increased amount of mid-level managers and supervisors available to Stoneham. That made for faster dispatch times, and they get backup ambulances into Stoneham seamlessly quite often. A2 goes out, and I hear A3's in Stoneham. I think they have a base in Woburn, and it's been a fantastic fit for Stoneham. There's been an improved working relationship with the ambulance and our public safety, police, dispatchers, fire. And I do want to thank the police, Chief O'Connor, the dispatchers, the firefighters, April, Lanny, and procurement, and Dennis for his support and going through this process. And it's been so far, I don't think I've gotten one complaint. They've been top notch, and I'm very, very grateful to have them. Next slide.
Uh-oh.
Delete. That's it. Thank you. That was when Engine 3 got delivered. I asked them to stop in a town in Ohio who owned the steamer that was from Stoneham. So there's a collector that owns that. It's an 1891 steamer. So they pulled Engine. This was a few years back, but I thought it was just kind of a cool slide to put up with the thank you. But
That's great.
yeah, so.
If they ever want to donate it back to Stoneham. All right, I'm gonna start. It's the same thing.
It's the same,
It's
yep.
the same thing.
Yep.
We've been talking about this for years.
Mhm.
To increase the operating budgets for these departments, something has to be done. We are taking those steps. We're trying to be proactive. We're trying to give everybody every piece of information that they can, and I'm so glad that you three are here tonight. I guess the same thing, the count would be, you need to get up to like 50 to be comfortable.
Yeah, that'd be phenomenal to get to what the other communities run.
And the organizational piece of it, I know these are contract negotiations and all that stuff, and that costs money. But can you really put a price on safety?
One thing I want to mention is, obviously we're glad to bring in mutual aid, but we also provide it. And right now we'll send Engine 1 out of town with the lieutenant, 2 firefighters. When we run short, we used to send half our crew out of town and depend on callback to come in and man the reserve engine. And callback isn't what it used to be. Guys used to drop what they were doing and come in. It just doesn't happen. So we don't always get coverage anymore. And that's part of the reason why it'd be great to have a full shift because most communities, their availability for mutual aid is 1/3 of your department. So Boston can send 1/3, Medford will send an engine and a ladder if you need it. So we send an engine, Reading sends an engine, everyone around here sends 1/3. When you're cutting below 3 companies, you're sending half your department. And then if you're not getting people to come in off duty, that's what you got. So.
Yeah, I think, I personally needed 911 a few weeks back. And when I say they were at my door and helping me within 2 minutes, they were at my door within 2 minutes. My daughter was still on the phone, and she's like, "Mom, they're coming down the street." I don't want to get emotional about it, but very grateful that
It's something people don't think they need, and a lot of people think, I don't need the fire department.
Yeah.
It happens. Things happen. Things go wrong, and that's why we're here, and it's our job. But
what I would ask for you, both chiefs and Brett, I know Brett's gonna be the hard one to get through. But maybe we need to show a graph of what the departments could look like and what that cost would be when we do this override presentation. So I don't mean to put more work
No.
on you, Erin. But it would be nice to just have that one graphic to let people know, like, this is where we're at, this is what we need, and you get to make that decision. We're not making this decision about your money. We're just helping you decide if you want to do it or not. I digress, because that's part of the override conversation. But I think it would be important to show, these graphs are nice, but really, I want to know what the bottom line is and what you actually need. So, anybody else?
I mean,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think it's also, as I just said, with the police, right? What are the other things that that we take for granted, Chief, that, you would want to be able to do? I know for a while there, there was that whole issue with the radios, right? And you kept trying to get the grant for that, and we were like, can't we just get that money, right? Are there other things like that, besides just the bodies, that would really help make our fire department work even more, better?
I mean, with that opera money was tremendous. We were able to get a new pump, equipment.
I mean, that's the truck we replaced up there.
I mean, it's no secret the station is old.
Well, I was gonna
It's
say,
110
that's a
years
big
old.
one,
That's
right?
something that needs to be in the plans, on the radar of what to do, and
Yep.
I don't know when to do it. It was, I think Burlington was around 8 million in 16, 17, and I want to say it's over 20 million today to do a substation. So it's, I don't know, but we're limited to what ladder trucks we can even fit in that building, so when we replace our ladder truck, we have to stick with the same vendor, or we can't fit it in the building, so it's just, we're kicking the can down the road. It's been going on, this has been going on in 1995, the ladder truck didn't fit. And then here we are today, with the same, I don't know.
Well, you said earlier that, things haven't changed since the 60s.
As far as I think they added fire prevention officers, and that's it. There's been no other, no reorganization. The deputy was probably, it was probably 2000, the deputy chief, they made a deputy chief position, and then in 04, he retired, and we lost that position to attrition. We still don't have it, when we have 2 fire prevention officers, one works Monday through Thursday, one works Tuesday through Friday. If one takes vacation on Monday or Friday, there's no one in fire prevention. I'm the only one there on day staff. There's no one else. It's a shift and me. So when people come into the door, I need my plans, I need this, I need that. I'm stopping what I'm doing and going out, Ann's awesome, but she's not answering technical questions. So we don't have a deputy, we need one. I'm the only non-union member in that entire department. So it's archaic, to say the least, so.
Things are different. We live differently now,
Mhm. Yep.
Everything's
Just
different.
there's no succession planning. There's nothing. When I retire in a few years, who's gonna take the spot? It's not like they can walk in and be chief. It'd be nice to have them work with me to learn everything. And
Well, I think it's like what Chief O'Connor said, like trying to be creative, like getting a bike unit or getting a mounted unit would be nice. But to keep our staff, to let them grow
Yeah.
and move up the ladder, these are the things that we need.
And that's huge, because there's not a lot of room for advancement, and people they do leave, and it'd be nice there's so many people. I think we have 8 people on the list for lieutenant. Maybe there'll be one job, possibly. Just, it doesn't happen. You could go your whole career and never get the opportunity. So, and then the firefighters are almost working like lieutenants. They're right in the front seat. They're, making decisions, and they're not They're not
doing
trained to
more
do
with
it, they're not,
less.
yeah, they're not officer certified, they're not, they don't, it's not their job to call the shots. They're supposed to be doing the work and running the pumps and throwing the ladders and putting the fire out, not responsible for radio communications and parking, deciding where to go and what to do. But they do it, and they do a great job at it, but it's just not how it's supposed to be.
Yep.
But
But
yeah.
thank you for
No,
making it
thank you.
work the way that you do, all three departments. You know, I can't even stress that enough.
Yeah, we definitely get it
Thank you
done.
for bending and flexing,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just gonna say the same thing. Thanks for, even the workers, even your guys there too, knowing that they're short-staffed every day going to work. Like Chief O'Connor and Brett's been short forever too, which is, I gotta ask you, when the lieutenant, does he become the OIC, like automatically?
Yeah, it's an
Like, who
instant
makes
command
that?
system. So if the captain's on another call, the lieutenant is automatically in charge.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Is there any differential when it comes to that, or is that just part of, they know?
That's just on calls.
They just know, okay.
Yeah, there's no pay differential.
All right. No, that's, those guys knowing what they're walking into every day, I think
Yeah,
that's,
and
that's good.
The
to
guys
keep
that
them
have been
around.
there, they're grateful that we're better than we were. You know, the guys that remember what it was like. So, they love, having additional, when we do have three companies, it's nice to know that they're gonna lay the hydrant, we're gonna do the search, and they're gonna put the fire out. Before that, it was chaos. We were trying to do, multiple tasks with not enough people.
So when you cover another town, you send half a shift, does another town come in to cover two as well?
Yeah.
So you're not rolling, you're rolling the dice anyway, but those guys aren't familiar working with each other?
Yeah, it's
But
the
it's
same.
the same thing?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay.
So most communities like, if we'll cover another community, there'll be another town with us. There'll be a ladder and two engines typically. So
You'll see it around if you actually look for it. You'll drive around and you'll see a fire truck parked someplace completely randomly under a highway, and they're covering the other town. They're coming to the town borders, or they're coming to the town, so.
I'm gonna stop after this, but I did have the opportunity to have dinner at the firehouse a while ago, and it was a rare night that they had 10. Every single firefighter loves their job, loves this town, whether they live in it or not. They are dedicated to this town, and the same with the police. I work there, the same with DPW. They are your neighbors, they are residents, and if they don't live here, they really care about their job and their profession. So, I'm not tooting anybody's horn, I'm just saying that people are dedicated, and we need to retain those people.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, I'm off my soapbox. Anybody else? Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief.
Appreciate it. Dun, 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 dun. Now it's Brett.
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I want to, first of all, thank you for inviting me here to present my budget. But more importantly, I want to actually thank these two guys. They do a wonderful job. We work closely with both departments and on a day-to-day basis, and I can't speak highly enough either one of them. So I just wanted to start by saying that. Now I can get into my presentation, which you're going to see a common theme across the boards. Different capacity, because I can't compare myself to fire, I can't compare myself to police, although we do provide aid to police and fire whenever they need assistance. So when they get a call, we also get a call, and we also respond to whatever they need assistance on. I like to start always to highlight some of our accomplishments. I have a lot of talented men and women that work really hard on a daily basis. They take pride, and like we just mentioned, that a lot of my employees live in town. So they take pride in what they do. And the employees who do not work in town kind of go a little bit extra above, because they want to make sure that what they do well. Even though they don't live here, they take pride in what they do. Next slide, Dennis. Some of our accomplishments this past year, obviously, our roadway paving. So here we got a list of streets: the Country Club, Lexington, Butler, Jones, Standish, Cabot, Governors, Barbara, Highland, Norville, and Rowe. Typically, on a typical year, we did 2 miles of roadway paving this past year. That is an aggressive year, sometimes a little bit over. Usually we're about 1.5 miles, a little bit over that. So we had an aggressive year, part of our pavement preservation. And we always want to continue paving our roads to keep them in as best a condition that we have. A part of that, next slide please, is we also do our yearly road crack sealing. And the crack sealing that you see here is, they also call them tar snakes sometimes, but they help seal the cracks in the roadway so we don't get water intrusion, therefore in the winter months would start causing heaving, causing potholes. So we do a crack sealing program yearly. We try to do it, sometime between mid to late spring, summer. Again, we always want to try to improve to the best of our ability the roadways and try to keep them at an optimal level. Next slide, please. Some of the other work the town has done is, as part of our paving, we also did some improvements on our sidewalks. Butler, the senior center. As you notice, the senior center has a bocce court out there. We noticed that the sidewalk was in need of being refreshed. There were some hazards out there. So I brought our guys out there to take a look at that, and I said, okay, we have a few panels that we need to fix. They come back and said, we want to do a lot more than just that. Can we? I gave them free rein. I said, do what you need to do to make it look great. So they went and they actually ripped out all of it and then repaved and re-poured concrete. 90% of it was all redone. And we also, if you notice, added a berm on either side of the entryway coming in. That also helps with erosion, so the sides of the roads don't get worn away, causing hazard. Additionally, as you drive up Montfield Ave, we did a huge stretch of concrete sidewalk as part of the Eversource project. So it completely changed the makeup of the front of the cemetery. Now there's nice granite concrete sidewalks, and on the opposite side where the Stoneham bank is, we did a small little section and replaced some asphalt because we had asphalt on that side. Next slide, please. Some other accomplishments we did. Hersham Street drain. This was an old brick drain that ran through the back of the properties and then went underneath Hersham Street. A portion of the drain was basically an oval, egg-shaped brick culvert that over time started developing structural integrity issues. We had an outside contractor come in, we went out to bid, we actually ripped out that drain, and this is a little piece of it that you can see right here, and replaced it with a sealed plastic pipe that ran through the backyards. What would happen before this was installed, this yard right over here would develop sinkholes approximately 3 feet wide by 3 feet deep, and they had a small child that played in the yard. So we knew we had to do something and do something quickly. We replaced that. That problem has gone away. We have had no issues since that drain line was repaired. Next slide, please. Some of the other accomplishments that you don't typically see are sewer rehab. Now, we've done many phases of sewer rehab, actually so far up to 8. Through the various points in town, and it's difficult to see on this map, but we have areas in here, up through, all through town, where the unseen utility that no one really knows about until there's a problem, that we have to maintain. A lot of these areas are old clay pipes. Over time, and typically in the late 1800s, 1900s, 1920s, they are 2-foot sections of clay pipe. When they put them together, they use mortar. Over time, with soil conditions, that mortar erodes. Then you get root intrusion and other issues arise. You have what they call inflow and infiltration. That means water getting into our sewer system. Well, all of our sewer gets metered, and that's how we get billed. by extraneous water getting into the sewer system, that's extra money that the town has to pay. So with this program, it's a sewer rehab program. It goes through, it videos different sections of the town, identifies problematic areas, and then we go in and address them. And a lot of times they do what they call a slip line. They actually line right through the pipe, making it a sealed unit. That stops that, which now reduces the flow, which reduces our rates. Next slide, please. This is just, and this is phase 6 to 8. Again, hard to see, but different areas of the town. And the repairs range from lining old clay lines to physical replacement of the sewers. You saw that on Elm Street and on Main Street, to spot repairs. They may find an area that there is what we call an offset joint where the pipe may have settled, but the rest of the line is perfectly intact. They'll go in and do spot repairs. So there are different tactics that is used based on what is found during the investigation phase. Phase 9, which I do not have a slide on here for, actually starts Monday. So we have a contractor coming in with called National Water Main. They've identified several areas which they're going to start on doing some slip lining, and then once the weather gets warmer, they'll start doing their point repairs. Typically after April, they'll go and start doing point repairs and start excavating the road to fix that up. Now comes to my next slide. Stuff that we've added through your great work and hard work and allowing me to purchase some of our equipment, we've had actually added some new equipment to the fleet. You know, to pick up F-350 dump truck, 6-wheel dump truck, utility body, and a skid steer. Believe it or not, 3 pieces of equipment I ordered in October of last year still is not in. I may not see it till late February. That's how backed up a lot of these vendors are in trying to get us the product. Next slide, please. Now comes my capital request. This is some of the ouch. Obviously, one of the challenges the department is facing is aging equipment. So I also need to replace this equipment. I want to give you a little fact. This truck right here, which we just purchased, was $240,000. This same vehicle right now is $280,000. One of the issues that the town is facing is, if you notice in the back, and you'll see it in another slide, on the back of these two are steel bodies. A lot of communities now are changing those out to stainless steel. There's this cost associated with that. That's why these costs are going up and increasing more and more. So what I'm looking for is, obviously I still have 3 6-wheel dump trucks I have to replace. So I'm looking to obviously continue to add to my fleet. I have had 2 working loaders. We replaced one in 2020, and I still have, that was to replace my 1994 loader. I have another one right now, which is in desperate need to be replaced. This centerpiece right here, if you see one of those things, how it moves when it turns, is a center linkage pin. It's wearing away. Essentially what's going to happen is the thing's going to fall apart and break in two. The only way to repair it, the company says, you have to actually physically take the whole thing and separate it into 2 pieces. Now, by the time you do that, they say it's typically not worth replacing because you're taking the whole unit apart. The other thing we want to do is every year we do annual leak detection. So the town contracts out leak detection. So they'll go in, they have specialized equipment that they'll listen throughout the whole town to see where we may have leaks. The reason why we want to stop these areas, or we want to detect them, is through DEP we have to list our unaccounted for water, which we have to calculate every year. The less the number, the better standing we are with DEP. Now, this is not going to stop our annual leak detection, but it will aid our department. Is if we have this type of equipment, we, instead of having to call someone and wait for them to come out, there's only 2 people in the area that do this. One of them is like, a lot of times he's up Marblehead, up into New Hampshire way, to try to get him down hours away. I have a local guy in town, but again, he'll tell me, I'm on a job, I'll see you tomorrow. So what I'm hoping to do is, and I'm also applying for a grant, is to get this equipment that we can train our staff in-house that we can go out if we know an area that we may have a leak. And the problematic part is, if you see water coming up, that might not be where the leak is. It could be 20 or 30 feet away, either direction. This will help, they call them correlators. It will actually help correlate the leak by sound. So I am looking to see if we can add that. Again, I'm also applying for a grant for this as well. Next slide. So, my challenges. Aging equipment. Again, it's something that you've heard me repeat over and over again. Here's a list of aging equipment, and I want you to pay close attention to these dates. Okay, truck 19, it's a 2000. It's out of service. That's that truck right there. Okay, it was used up until last year. Truck 10, 2012. Truck 23, 2014. Truck 57, which is a van, 2006. That is out of service. The floorboards in the cab in the van are rotted out. You can actually see right down to the ground. Truck 15, truck 24, truck 28, both dump trucks, both out of service. Too much rot and all that. Truck 11. Now, if you notice these dates, they're well outside the 10-year range. American Public Works Association says you should not be keeping a piece of equipment more than 10 years. If you do, your repair costs drastically skyrocket. All of these are well outside that range, then they should have already been replaced. Next slide, please. As I noted earlier, one of the things we're trying to do to help prolong the equipment and the wear and tear is to change out the steel beds with stainless steel. This does one of two things. It also, first of all, it's lighter. It's more durable. Truck beds that I put a sander in last year, when we pull the sanders off, the beds are all rusting out. So with stainless steel, you don't have that problem. It doesn't solve the problem of rusting underneath, but a lot of times these beds rust out a lot faster than the other part of the equipment, and that in the underframe rots out. I have an aggressive program, especially this year, that we are doing more washing of the vehicles because of the issues that we're seeing just after a year use. So one of the things is, like I say, we're looking into doing is to changing out the style of bed that we use on our truck. The next slide. This one may be a little bit difficult to see, but something to be noted. So we have a list of communities here and the staffing personnel. Believe it or not, Stoneham is so far understaffed. Right now, I have 27, that includes administrative staff, that is budgeted. If you look at some of these other communities, we have, it's kind of hard to see if you can slide over. I'll read it off my list here. Melrose, total of 68. Wakefield, 85. Wilmington, 50. Danvers, 70. Reading, 52. Saugus, 32. Winchester, 70. Watertown, 40. I have 27, but that's not the workers. That's also administrative staff and maintenance staff. If I put guys out in the field, I have under 17. So for the amount of miles that Stoneham does, 63 miles, I have 17 people, if they are all in, not on vacation, out sick, to do town-wide work, which is challenging to say the least. I give my men and women a lot of credit for what they do. They work hard, they do a lot for the short staff. We all made that note that we're doing more with less. This chart alone reflects that. And just a side note, back in the mid-'80s, DPW in Stoneham had 60 people. Next slide, please. Again, some of the upcoming challenges that we've all discussed in the past. Trash. Our contract is going to be up in about a year and a half with our trash and recycling. And our trash hauling contract is up June of this year. There are increases that the town will be facing with this. Other communities, Danvers, they went up $1 million. Reading went up over $900,000. So those are significant costs that we will be incurring when our trash contract goes out. And no other community that has gone out has gotten a contract other than automatic collection. Side note, I live in Woburn. They changed the automatic collection for recycling this past Like 3 months ago, we got our bins for recycling. In June, all automatic collection for trash. They're no longer manual. Next slide, please. Like I said, Danvers and all of them went up. Each year, I know I come to the boards and request capital. It is a challenge. We try to do the best that we can with what we're giving, and we will continue to do that as best as we possibly can. One of the things we need to be mindful of is, as far as the equipment side, is to replace equipment so that we don't pass that 10-year cycle other than specialty equipment. For instance, today, I have 4 police cruisers in my yard that we are fixing. Again, the chief brings stuff over. If we can fix it, we do it in-house. That comes out of a lot of our budget. So, again, with aging equipment comes cost. So, at some point, we have to figure out what that break point is do we increase my repair and maintenance budget to cover a lot of these costs that are escalating? Do we replace that equipment, or a combination of the two? You know, my best practice is we need to make sure we stay on top of replacing so we don't run into these problems. I'm not saying that we were not going to run into breakdowns. We will continue to run into breakdowns. Snow and ice. Here's a big thing. We rely heavily on private contractors to help us out. Because, again, like I said, I have 17 people. I am one of those drivers. You will see me in a plow truck plowing the streets, plowing the parking lots, because I have to, because I don't have enough staff. I don't know of any other DPW director that does that. So, but I'm passionate enough that I take pride in this community. I want to make sure things get done. So I am the first person that hops in that truck and stays in 20 hours if I have to. And I have done that. So with this upcoming winter season, again, I am not fully staffed. I have 4 vacant positions that I'm having difficulties filling. One of the issues with that is, so that's my own personnel in different areas of town. I'm going to use snow and ice, for example. So there may be some areas in town I don't have anyone in because I'm covering other areas. Private contractors, to effectively plow this town, I need 40 pieces of private equipment. Last year, I had 28. So there were areas in town last year, there were 2 areas I had no one in. I was getting phone calls. Why isn't my street plowed? My answer to them, we will get to it as soon as we can, but unfortunately, being short-staffed, we just can't be everywhere at the same time. We will continue to...
I don't mean to interrupt.
Sure.
The 28, that was including your staff?
That's on top of my staff. So that's 28 private pieces of equipment,
Okay.
and then on my staff.
Okay.
But one thing we have to understand is not every time when we call a contractor, they will come.
Yeah.
And I've had instances, we'll call a contractor, they didn't pick up the call. So now we are looking at our routes. Who can we push out of one route? Who can we expand another route? And when we expand routes, the problem is we stop plowing one street, we go to the next street, that first street now is covered. It's like we've done nothing. So it is challenging at times to address everything with the staffing levels that we have. I would love to have 40 pieces of private equipment on ready to call and say, okay, we did something with Dennis working that. We have some incentives to bring on private contractors. I've received none. This year, I have received not one call for a private contractor.
A
new contractor. I've had existing contractors that say we're no longer coming to plow anymore. So I have actually lost contractors that I had last year. So it depends. I am hoping that this storm this weekend is not coming because it could be a challenge. We're up for that challenge. My guys will stay and women will stay as long as we need to do.
And it's always on a Saturday or Sunday, not...
Yeah. Double time.
Yeah.
Time and a half.
Sure, or a holiday.
Yeah, or holiday, yeah.
With that, I will open it up to questions.
Well, I'll start. I knew this was gonna be the gloom and doom one, because
It always is.
Just because of staffing.
Yep.
Just staffing alone, to me it's just unacceptable. Again, we have great workers who are dedicated to our town and will, It's skin, bone, and then limb, somebody said the other night.
And I'm my goal is to get out of the reactionary phase and be proactive. But unfortunately with the staffing, I'm basically maintaining. That's it, at a bare minimum. I would love to do more. And I know one of the questions, Ramey, you're probably thinking, well, what is that magic number? That is a very...
I think you said 60.
Well, that is a very difficult question to answer. And here's my thought behind it. Say we're going to give you 10 people. Well, I could bring in 10 laborers. Okay, great. But those laborers can't do everything that I need them to do. So that means now I have to take what I have in-house and either promote people to positions of things they can do to watch over those laborers. So it's not like I can bring a laborer off the street and he's like, okay, he's going to go operate all this equipment. It doesn't work that way because of union and contractual agreements that we have. So we have to look at the internal structure of the department staffing and say, okay, well, if I bring in 10 people, well, I need 2 more foremen. So I need to have someone that's capable of doing foreman's work to oversee that. Or I may need to have, include additional operators. Because with every crew, I should have a foreman, I should have an operator, a master craftsman, and then laborers. Typically, 5-person crew is standard. Most of the time I operate with 3.
So it's a structural.
It's both. It's the personnel part, and it's also the staffing structure if we do make change. Now, when they had 60 people in there, the town also did their own trash. The town collected all the trash. So they had a whole group and division just on that alone. I would love to have a whole group of people that I can just do nothing but sidewalks all year long. Would love to do that. The unfortunate side is I'm lucky to do repair work. And that, for us alone, was a lot to do this year. The needs outweigh what I'm capable of doing. And then we turn to outside contractual work, but then there's a cost associated with that.
Interesting. You just said that we used to do our own trash.
We used to do our own trash, yes. Now, again, there's a lot of things that have changed over the years. I don't think you'd ever get any type of approval to do that anymore, just because of the industry and the makeup of it and all the regulations to follow through and all that. And even like we're looking at our hauling contract, which is up in June. So I've already reached out to one vendor to get some pricing. Because right now, the vendor we're with, I believe we pay $103 a ton. I'm getting proposals right now because that's something that we have to review and to either engage with this new vendor or, get proposals from our existing vendor. Those are the things we got to look at. Is there any type of cost savings there? To put a facility online, like if we take our trash goes to Haverhill, well, they burn it, they incinerate it, and then it's hauled out. If they have 2 burners and they want to add a third burner, 10 years. And that's just to get through all the DEP and EPA regulations, not including the cost just to build that burner. It's a 10-year time frame from when you first think of it till it probably would start up. So there's long-term, goals and all that you'd have to look at a little bit more closely. But we know trash is going to be a big issue. We know we're something that we're going to have to deal with, like a lot of other communities around us too.
Okay.
I know mine wasn't as fun as police and fire.
But you met the time requirements.
I met the time requirements. Yes, I did. I was way under.
I guess it's for Dennis, the 4 vacancies that are current.
So
Are they staying current?
I've communicated to Brett that we'd probably have to at least take out 2 of the current vacancies. So again, it goes from 22 to 20, and I think the fundamental. I hope people are seeing that maintaining the services is at an insufficient level, across all of the town. And it's expensive just to maintain our level services. So we know that there's going to be an upper threshold of people's appetite about what they might consider for a tax bill. So some of these ambitions that we're talking about are in terms of millions and millions of dollars above and beyond. So just something for us to consider maybe at the tri-board or.
Well, again, I don't know if you guys have any questions.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Brett, thank you. You know I'm the biggest pain in the neck out of the board calling you for stuff, but
You got, anyone on the board is welcome to call.
I've been saying it for years, how if we had a sidewalk crew, because you showed the job that they do. They do it better than any outside contractor coming in. You have a great staff there doing, and even the berms that you guys do.
And
You have the equipment, you have everybody, you have the personnel, it's too bad. So when
I
you
just
said.
don't have enough of the personnel to do that, or enough of the talent, 'cause it's really like, the sidewalk crew, it's one guy that runs that. So, to do that, I would need more experienced, talented people that can do that to, carry that forward.
So
But,
when we used to have the trash, I believe there was only 2 trucks back then. So if there was 60 employees, at the most, they'd put on a truck as 4, maybe.
Most likely, again,
Maybe.
I wasn't here back then, so
Right.
I couldn't speak
But
to
that's- but
how the
that's-
makeup was.
That's 52 people, if you minus the trash, and you're at 27.
Yeah.
That tells you something right there. I mean, I don't know.
And
It
even
just- it just seems like-
even in our garage, when I took over, I had 4 mechanics in the garage. I have 2. And that's what we're covering, the 80-plus pieces of equipment that DPW does, then on top of that, also fire, police, and senior. So we're still trying to do what we need to do, on a daily basis. And there are vehicles in there every single day. There's not one day in there that there's not something in there that needs to be PM'd, repairs, whatever it may be. Every single day that they're, like I say, 4 police cruisers over there today. On top of my other stuff that's in the shop that still needs to get fixed too. But a lot of times when a cruiser comes in or whatever, if we can get on that, we stop what we do on ours to get theirs out, because we know that there's need to get on that road as soon as possible. Also, it depends on the nature of what needs to be done. Sometimes it has to be sent out. But a lot of times we stop what we're doing on our equipment, sacrifice that to get them back on the road quicker.
The water into, obviously, thanking the guys that work there and women, just because you're so short staffed, and they take pride in everything they do, even with the common lights and everything else. It's like, it's beautiful. They do. They take the time. They
As
do
you
it right.
looked out there, I've heard nothing but fantastic
It's
comments.
unbelievable.
I give them my vision, and I say, this is what I want to do. They go, and every year, they up it. Every single year. And this year, it looks phenomenal out there.
So
And I actually want to do more next year.
Yeah. So we talked about the, did we talk about the water services going into the houses if they break and whatnot? Was there a grant? Was there some type of?
Role for lead service connection.
Well, lead
Yes,
services,
yes,
yeah.
that-
The town removed all lead services. We have no lead services. We are certified lead-free. So
That's-
we have no lead services to any residences in town.
Yeah.
So that was one of the big goals. DEP, and this all stems back, and I don't want to take up time because I know you have other things in your agenda. This all stems back from out west about the water issues, which kind of piggybacked and followed through, lead is unsafe in the water. So DEP was mandating that all communities have to have lead removed, and they give you had to have an inventory of all your services done by this past October, and you have a 10-year time frame to remove everything out of your system, completely. With the help of the select board, we actually secured funds, and I had a private contractor come in and just go and remove them all of ours out of there. Just get them done. We don't want to worry about it later on. All done, and we certified and sent our inventory in, so we don't have to worry about the regulatory component if we have an exceedance level, which we test lead in our system every year. And if we exceed that, now we have to deal with a whole another regulatory side of things and how we have to treat that. We don't need to worry about that.
Did we have to pay for that?
The town paid for that, yes.
We did?
Yes.
I thought there was something that we can get away with it.
Well, there were grants out there, but the time I took for me to secure money for the grant, when the funding that the select board appropriated, I had it done in a fraction of the time.
good, yeah, ARPA.
And like Boston, they probably have over 3,000
Yeah.
lead services that they have to remove. Other communities, I'm hearing, they're starting to dig through their records to determine what's lead and what's not. So now they have to go through a whole investigative process, which is very daunting, which takes a lot of personnel and time.
I won't keep you. I just want to say one thing. It's nice seeing that you three here with Maria, knowing that you guys just hang, you don't have to do your presentation and take off. I think that's awesome. It means a lot.
Any questions for Brett?
I would just say, I really feel like your staffing level is at a point where laying out what you would do is that bigger structural question of what, because it's so low. The question of what functions are we just not doing?
Exactly.
And what supervisory staff, like it's whole building whole units. And like what things do we just not do today because the staffing levels are so low that we could have be doing or that we used to do? And then what money do you need to run that business unit, that unit here? Because you're going to need funding. If you had a whole team of sidewalk people, they're going to need the money to buy the stuff to build the sidewalk. And, same thing if you had a whole team of people just doing roads all the time, or more people doing that. They're going to need supply. They're going to need money to actually fund that endeavor more, along with the people. And so, I feel like it's a slightly different position than police and fire, and who have their own needs, but you're at such it's almost like you've got a structural problem. You're operating, you're like the patient's on the OR table right now, and
Gotta cut off the limb.
And we were having this discussion earlier today, myself and my deputy saying, okay, what do we need to do? I'm like, well, I can tell you what we need to do, but what realistically can we do?
Yeah,
And what we have. And obviously we prioritize. Whatever is the most urgent need that we can facilitate and get it done, we're gonna do that. And yes, we have to take a good hard look at, is there something that's lacking? Yes, we know there's stuff that's lacking. We know there is more attention that we need out there. We've done a lot of great strides on the roadways. We have our roadway PCI index, which is a condition index of 80. That's fantastic. However, that doesn't mean we're in that great a shape. That means we brought the level up from a 60, where I was when I started, to an 80. We brought it up, but we got to be able to continue doing more to keep it that way. And there are other roads in there that desperately need it. But again, there's only so much funding that we have to put toward a lot of that stuff. And then we have to, I hate to say it, we have to take a good look at it and saying, well, okay, this one can wait a little bit longer. I need to do this one first. And I hate to say that, and I hate to give you anyone, I say, okay, I'm doing X street and Y street. I don't like to commit to that because something comes up and now I have to change that. And I've had made those promises in the past. It has come back to bite me saying, hey, you're supposed to do my street. Unfortunately, something has come up that prevented me from doing that. So I have to take a holistic approach and look at it as a whole to make sure I'm maintaining and improving. And that's a fine balance to walk.
Waverly.
I'd like to be. Dennis made the point that there's going to be realistic. Realism is going to show up when we talk about what we can do. It is millions of dollars we're talking about here. But I also think people need to be presented with the range of options, the range of the menu of things that they can look at and say, that's really important to me. When we have these public conversations about, police needs this, fire needs this, DPW needs this, schools need this. What is your prioritization? What things are you willing to fund? How much can you fund? We probably can't fund everything, but what can we do? What are you willing to do? And so we need to have them on. We need to have that on the menu. So I love hearing it.
I didn't even bring up the DPW building. That's for another discussion for another time because I know there are other priorities, but I haven't even brought that up because we get severe structural issues with Public Works. But again, that's for another time because there are more pressing matters, and I would say fire station before my building, but again, it's something that is going to come down.
Combo, fire station, DPW, the whole yard.
Public safety.
Thank you.
Well, again, thank you for allowing me to present. And
Thank you,
again,
Brett.
anytime you have any questions, please feel free just to pick up the phone and call.
I will just say one more thing. A lot of the stuff, like you said, like the sewer stuff, we as residents don't see that. But you'll notice a tree is planted, right? Like Oak Street was done, what, 2 years ago?
You planted 68 trees this year.
There you go. See, there's like those little things that really help.
Yep.
Nobody sees the sewer, but
Speaking of trees, when are you collecting the Christmas trees? Just while you're
That's
sitting
this
there?
week.
this week.
It is this week.
So
Yep.
we
6 to
plant
10.
trees and then we haul them away.
There you go. Again, thank you, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Okay, thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Raimi, may I?
Yep.
So, we just sat here and listened to all of our departments, and we've heard about the schools for the last few months. It's depressing. It's upsetting. Stoneham is better. Stoneham has to do better. They're all understaffed across the board. And someone said it earlier. It's one town, one budget. We have to fix it. And I don't think I'm saying, or we're saying, I don't want to put words in people's mouths, that I'm looking to blow the ceiling out and just unresponsibly throw a number out there. Certainly don't want to do that. And I know this is a very tough topic for a lot of people. We all have friends and parents that are on fixed incomes, and any raise of taxes is a difficult conversation. But there's a number that each department can say, this is what we need. And so we're starting to hear those things. And I would like them all to fine tune that and say, this is what we need. And then put that number in front of the town. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of a ton of options. I think someone mentioned that earlier today. I want to know what the number is to fix our problem, and then fix it. I don't want to hear 5 different, because people are going to make choices that aren't going to fix our problem. I just, it's depressing to hear all this, guys. And on the other side of it, and everyone said it here tonight, it is amazing how each department from school, DPW, fire, and police do their job to almost make you believe there isn't a problem, because you're all amazing. And I'm not just saying that. I truly believe that, and that's why I love this town. But we've got to fix this problem. And I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. Let's get the number. Let's be responsible about that number. Let's come up with a long-term plan on how to fix this in the future and put it in front of our people, and I hope our people are hearing this. It's not mismanaged money, right? Let's do away with that false statement. That's an easy way. Whenever I hear somebody come up to me on the streets and say, oh, it's mismanagement, they don't really have any background information to that other than just being upset or something that they don't want their taxes to go up. Nobody wants their taxes to go up. But we've got a serious problem in front of us, and the answer to not passing an override is an ugly, ugly story, and Stoneham is not that. It's not what I've been for 55 years. So, again, I want to thank all the departments. Really appreciate everything all of you do and all your staffs, and I hope we can fix this problem.
Thanks for starting the next agenda item. Yes, everything you just said is correct. I don't know what happened 40 years ago, 60 years ago, 80 years ago in this town. I have been saying this since I started paying attention in 2014. I don't understand how this town has not passed an override, because back then you needed money. Now we are 10, 11 years later, and now that money, just like the truck, it was 800, now it's 1.2. So everything between inflation, contracts, supply, we cannot sustain this. And I will just speak for myself. I know finances are hard for a lot of people, and it's a really tough conversation, but we are looking at everything we possibly can. We're going to try to see what we can do to help seniors. We are not leaving any stone unturned, but ultimately, like you said, Amanda, it is up to the residents to come out and vote and decide what you want to do. We can only bring it to you. I will go and vote, But these conversations and the stuff that happens in this room, and you heard it from here, and I hope that people rewatch this meeting that need to hear the stats and the work that you guys do, because it's not just the school department that we've been hearing so much about. It is all of us. It's the whole town. You know, I have this list that keeps growing and growing of things that we need to talk about, and we're trying to get the answers to all those things. That being said, we will have public engagement on the 28th and February 8th, which is a Saturday for people who can't make it during the week. And then I believe within the next week, meeting or two, we will decide the date, but it's looking like it's going to be at town elections to put that ballot question forward. We have to decide that too. So I will open it to the board for discussion. Dave, you already said what you had to say. Yeah. Heidi?
I really would repeat everything that Dave just said. I think the one additional thing we need to think about is what is that timeline that we're looking at, right? Like, you know, we've heard people say, we don't want to have to come back in 5 years and ask for it again, right? So I think part of the solution that we're giving to the town is, whether it's one number or multiple, it's this is what you are going to get for the next X years to be able to meet all of the needs, right? So it's going to be also not only looking at what these guys are saying they need now, but if we're looking at 10 years, what's the increase in the population that's going to then add on what even their future requests for more folks? So I think one of the important things for us to decide on is what is that time frame that we're looking at, that we're saying this money is going to support.
I think that's a really important point, Heidi. You know, the idea of how long is this going to fix? I think people, we've heard about longer term thinking in a couple different ways. I think one is we have an immediate problem, but I also think that our fix should not just be an immediate solution. It should fix more than just the 1 year. It should fix multiple years so that we're not coming back to people. But that doesn't mean that we don't also do some longer term planning. I really would like to, and we've heard it. We have heard from folks that they want to hear, how do we keep ourselves on the right path? We do some fixing. We have been doing a lot of good conversations about what do we do to set a good foundation. But Stoneham probably had a good foundation at some point, and we have drifted to a place where we have gotten pretty creaky. And if we don't want that to happen again, we need to make sure we stay sustainable. So we need to have some plans in place to do that. And some of that, I think, is going to be a hard conversation, because it's going to rely on us being really honest about who we are as a town, and being honest and accepting that if we want to be a bedroom community with a limited amount of commercial, that entails, Erin said it earlier with the zoning conversation, when you only allow certain types of things, or we only have certain amounts of stuff in town, you as a resident are going to bear some of that. It's different when you're a town like a Burlington that allows a mall to come into town. They get a bunch of options that brings along with it, with a bunch of drawbacks that comes along with having a mall in your town. We didn't do that, and we don't want to do that. But unfortunately, you don't get mall money out of that. So I think we gotta have that longer term fix, and we gotta have some longer term planning.
It's hard following Tim because we sound so much alike at times.
Oh, you're a great closer, Joe.
Oh, yeah. No, it is. It's been on this board long enough where it is frustrating knowing how many times we've been looking for money all the time. And it's like David said, it's not mismanagement. We put here to oversee the professionals that get paid to do their job, and it's been great. No one's has their hand in a cookie jar or anything else. That's never gone on here. It's just unfortunate that everything just keeps going up, and we have to take the brunt of it. The neighboring towns have passed them multiple times, which is, look what they have. It's not, we still have a really nice town, but we're at the point now where I think safety is going to be coming into an issue, whether it's schools, town side. What's great is that bridge has been, we're not divided here. It's not schools against the town anymore. That is long gone, thank God, because that, I think, was a tough time years ago, having it pass, Martha. It was just such a division back then, which we don't have that anymore, which is great, and hopefully it stays that way. And when it comes down to the final number, we're not looking, there was a comment made, I watched a meeting, and it's like, we're not looking for any extra money. Whatever that number's going to be, we don't want to take any extra money from the coffers. We just want this done right once. If it's a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, I get it, but the Finance Advisory Board years ago, they used to do the 5-year plans. They do it now. They have, they're good with that stuff.
5-year forecast.
Yeah, I mean, we do it. It's just, it's not like these things aren't being done. It's being done, but it's just, unfortunately, when it comes to the dollars, we're always short. I don't know, hopefully we can put together a nice plan and present it to the town, and hopefully the town sees it. And it's just not lip service. We really have a problem here. It should be addressed.
I'll just add into that, though, because, some of the comments I've seen or heard are, well, why isn't the state doing this, or, this. They're in the same boat as us. There is no help coming from the state. We'll be lucky if we get some help. We need to depend on ourselves. We really just need to take care of Stoneham. And I say that trying to stay positive and not compare us to other towns, but we really need to we just got to take care of our own. And nobody's coming in on a white horse to save us. So everybody gets to decide how you want to spend the money. Go ahead, Dave, sorry.
No, I just want to reiterate something, and because we keep saying we want to fix it. And it is a temporary fix in somewhat. Stoneham is Stoneham. And our money comes from property tax, right? So we're either changing who we are, which I don't know if that's what we are, but that we need to hear that. But I forget if it was you, Dennis, or somebody else that comes in that, listen, I'm listening, I'm learning, and I'm hearing people say that communities like us should be passing overrides every 10 years. So we need to get this money so that we have a great 10 years. But let's not be blind to think that if we're Stoneham next year, continue to be Stoneham, that we're going to be looking at an override in 10 years. Because we've got property tax, and that's it. That's all we've got. And it's only going up 2.5, and everything else is going up skyrocketing. And I guess that's okay. But Stoneham has to take care of Stoneham.
There was another comment made about things that have been put in front of us, a hotel. Back then, no way, a hotel here, no way. We can't. But what kind of money does that generate to a city or town? The second rink, we could have had the Bruins here, and that was voted down. It's like the amount of ice that Lou was taking, there was all the legwork that was done there. It's revenue coming into the town. Empty storefronts. We have to change our ways. You have to look at what's going on nowadays. Not, I don't want that in my town right now, because of what? It's in every other town. I mean, these businesses are popping up. More and more people are working from home. So what other businesses are out there to come here? We have to, we're not thinking outside the box. Let's make the zoning better for these empty storefronts to be filled. That's all.
Wow, George, that's good. Can I ask you a question?
No adjectives here.
Is an empty storefront bringing us in less tax money?
They
Or
can't.
does it just look bad because it's empty? They're still
both.
paying their taxes.
So, right, they're paying their taxes, but then say you have a kitchen that's fully equipped, there's personal property taxes that are associated with. So if you have a vacant storefront, are you not collecting meals tax?
Right.
Or is the restaurant next door not collecting meals tax? And then the equipment inside, and then One Montvale is a prime example of this. One Montvale is 80% vacant, so they're paying what they were paying for property taxes for the majority of it, but they can come and go to the Board of Assessors and apply for an abatement to say this building's not being used, and you lose $200,000. Or it could be a mixed-use property with, medical functions down on the first couple floors and, residents on the second floor, or we're gonna you lose some of that tax revenue. So it's all based off of the Board of Assessors and the regulations of the state.
Understood. Thank you.
I will open this to the public. If anybody has a comment, wants to share. Or have we said enough?
Yeah.
Have you heard enough?
Well, I would probably also say we're having another meeting on Tuesday for the tri-board to continue the conversation.
Yep, we can continue this conversation. I know we are working on a website to get all this information up. So the information will be available to everybody. Again, we have to be, what's the word I'm looking for? We can't influence anybody. We're just bringing you the information, giving you the checkers to play and figure it out.
I can't influence anyone?
Not at this table. When you go home, sure. I am gonna say, if anybody has anything they wanna say, you're more than welcome to. If there's anybody online, you're more than welcome to, but know that we're still continue to work. We don't have a number yet. We're working it out. And just need your support to get it out there. Go ahead, we see somebody online.
Couple things.
Hang on 1 second. Go ahead, online.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ryan Foreman. I live at 12 Windsor Road. I was there earlier tonight. I had to leave to come assist with bedtime. First, I want to thank all of you for your dedication tonight. I've only been to a few of these meetings, but the fact that you're still there, you're still talking about Stoneham and what Stoneham needs, it gives me hope that you all are as committed and as dedicated as it seems to be there talking about those things. You have some very important decisions to come over the next couple weeks. I know that you've all acknowledged that separately and together. And I just want to say that I moved to Stoneham because of the culture of this town. My daughter at the time attended daycare here, and we drove through the neighborhoods and we saw families working together and playing together and walking to and from schools together. And that community feeling that Stoneham has built is the reason that people like me and my family are moving to Stoneham. It is the identity of our town. The town center, the lights in the town center that the head of DPW is talking about. That's not a small thing. That is what our town is. And this vote, this override has the potential to bring this town together or to bring it to a place where we can't see eye to eye. We can't greet our neighbors in the street. We can't see each other. And it's not just about the schools. It's not about DPW. It's not about the police. It's not about the fire. And I urge you as strongly and as vehemently as I can, please don't present options that divide this town. This has to be a vote to bring this town together, to provide this town what it needs to provide the fundamental services from all of the departments we've just talked about. We saw this town stand up for the high school building construction in a way that hurt all of the people that stood up to vote for it. We knew that it was going to raise our taxes. We knew what it was going to do to us, and we knew that who was going to bear the brunt of it. And we stood up and we said, this is how we move forward in this town. The override will be exactly the same. We need one solution that gives these department heads what they need to continue to provide the services that we rely on. And that means for the schools, it means for special education, it means for the plowing the roads and the sidewalks, it means the new fire station at some point. This town is moving forward. We are looking to the future. When we built this high school, we knew exactly what we were doing. We're not planning for tomorrow. We're not planning for next week. We are growing as a community based on the small town feel with the better amenities that will serve us and our families moving towards the future. And I'm the only thing that I've heard tonight that makes me afraid that we can't do this together as a unified town is an option that divides us. I urge you, please listen to the department heads, listen to the work that they've put in to prepare you, to gather the information necessary to pose the options to the voters, and put together a budget that is fiscally responsible, but that takes care of our town and our services in a way that brings us together and allows you to see what the voters will do to support our town in a way that continues to allow us to be proud of this town that we have and allows us to be proud moving into the future as a unified town. Because if you pit people that want to support the fire department and people that want to support the police department and people that want to support DPW against people that want to support the town, schools, and future development and those things, it won't give us what we need for the future. It will only divide us. And I urge you, please, fiscally responsibly, provide a budget that allows us to vote for our future together as one town, one budget. And I could not say that any stronger. And I appreciate that that seems to be the consideration of the board. And I thank you all very much for your time, your consideration, and your dedication to our town.
Thank you, Ryan. Well said. Well said. I'm sorry, yep. Can you come up to the microphone? Name and address, too.
Troy Lau, 37 Newcomb Road. There's a lot of concrete doom and gloom nuggets that we've gotten here, right? Losing teachers. If I have to carry my family down a ladder if there's a fire, that's pretty horrifying. But give us some concrete, like, optimistic nuggets if this passes that we can use to, drive excitement about what the next 10 years can look at too, because that can be really valuable, not just the scary things. If we pass this, here's what's going to be awesome. Really concrete stuff. We can help.
Awesome. Great point. I see Tim Scarpa online.
Yep. Hi, Tim Scarpa, 6 Avon Street. I just wanted to, first of all, say thank you. My father grew up in Stoneham. I bought my childhood home that I grew up in, which is where I live now. I have 2 girls in Colonial Park. I've moved away to California, said I would never be back to Massachusetts, and here I am raising a family in the same spot that I grew up in for similar reasons that Ryan had mentioned. The town, has changed to the betterment of where I want to raise a family now. And I just wanted to say that I think you mentioned that you don't have any influence. I think the simplicity of these needs, you do have influence, but there's maybe not enough awareness around the simplicity of these needs. And if that could get out to the town, I don't think that there's too much to vote against, right? It's just like going to your grocery store and, well, I need milk. It happens to be $1.50 more. I'm not going to not buy it, right? So I think just like awareness for the whole town and marketing for these simple things to maybe people that don't know the details of it, how to get that word out could be important as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Anybody else in the room? Yep, Jill, go ahead.
Jill Blegsvet, 23 Maple Street. I would just ask to help the community understand the process as well. Like, I know we have other meetings coming up, but if there's an override, how does that make sense with the town meeting? And just, there's a lot of us that want to support and help educate and all of that, but it's just, we're not familiar with how the town runs, right? And if there could be community education around that too, in addition to everything else, I think that would be huge.
So just on our website, we're going to try to do some of that information, super basic, as well as the public engagement session. I think, unfortunately, some of this is going to have to be municipal finance Regulations 101 for the first half of the presentation to try to get everyone on the same playing field in terms of having the shared knowledge will really help drive the conversation going forward. The override just talks about how much money the town can spend, increase throughout town, and then the town meeting vote is just how it's appropriated. So we could do an override either before and after a town meeting, but I think at first glance, we're hoping to do it before so that by the time we go to town meeting, we all collectively know what we're voting on.
Maybe I'm being overly ambitious in this, but, you know, I think people get their information in a lot of different venues and mediums, and it would be, it's good that we have the sort of the material on the website, and, you know, there's a link we can point people to, you can share a link. But it would be great, sometimes it's most visible and valuable to have like different types of graphics that we could share that the best that municipal finance, as you say, can be boiled down into a pretty graphic, something we can do to try to boil some of that down. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what we've
So
got.
I think there's been a lot of lessons learned from the high school vote that a lot of people couldn't say that we were trying to influence the vote. It was just pure information that was very
And that's what I
sleek
mean. You know,
graphically,
just this is how the process works, or this is like a timeline, or what that kind of thing. Exactly. It's not.
And I even
influential
think,
graphic type stuff.
no matter how people thought about it, we've done this exercise in different endeavors in town where we've created a new website and had all the videos online, had all the presentations online. So we intend on trying to do that. I think maybe tonight's meeting will try to cut down and compress, so it's the most pertinent parts. But yes, that's part of the effort. The one thing that everyone collectively needs to know, though, is the town, by law, has to have a balanced budget by July 1st. So even if things don't happen, need to be a town meeting vote. If an override fails, the town has to pass a balanced budget by July 1st. You know, that doesn't mean that conversations don't continue in town beyond that point, but at some point, everyone collectively needs to understand that piece.
Hi, Martha Panther Buckley, 6 Carmen Ave. I just want to say on a positive note to end the evening too, is that never before have I seen all the boards on board and united and knowing what we need to do and when we need to do it. It's been a very positive experience for me. We've had very divided boards before. People who were dead set against doing something to move us forward, and even when we needed to. And people can realize they've saved all those taxes all these years. We didn't have an override. So now it's time to do what we need to do, because we do have a terrific community. And hearing all these leaders speak and knowing, like you say, what a great job we're doing on such a skimpy budget compared to our surrounding towns shows, you know, we are at the point where we need to do more of what they've done and have a safe community. And the people are here to do it, and we are blessed with wonderful leadership, and I'm thrilled that people are united and working together. And I feel very, very positive about that, you know. Looking forward to it.
Thank you for saying that, Martha, because, you know, when I first moved here, I remember you and Wendy and everybody marching to Beacon Hill and trying to help this town, and I saw the divisiveness, and happy to say that that is gone. Is there anybody else online? I can't see. Dennis, can you see? Oh, sorry.
One more. Brian Calabrese, 11 Stone Ave. I think to the point of the simplicity, to help people understand, I appreciate everybody coming up here. Hearing the stories helps solidify it, because I think, Dennis, you were saying, we didn't really get a sense of where the challenges are because you do such a great job. And people, I think, may tend to say, I don't know if I really need that because you do a great job. When you talk about the schools, being a parent, 2 kids, Colonial Park, it's easy to understand, teachers gonna be cut, school, I mean, you can really relate to that as a parent. I think that's pretty straightforward. I think that message has gotten out. I think maybe thinking about just taking some of the stories that you presented today and incorporating that into the awareness and messaging, whether you're putting on the website. So you get the same opportunity to help the common folk understand where your gaps really are and how it's shoestring and, we're this far from the firefighters or the cops or the sidewalks or whatever really being an issue. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Anybody else? Yes? In the green? No, sorry. Anybody online?
What about Maria?
Dennis will kill me.
I know. We'll have a mall downtown in a minute.
Public engagement when there's more people. But I have a lot to say.
I have to say, to Tim's point about, having the message get out there, whether it's, hang on one second, whether it's newspaper or website or whatever, town's not on Facebook. So you need to talk to your friends. You need to share the information we have, you know what I mean? So,
I would just say that the Facebook piece of it really delves into the advocacy portion that is probably really hard. I think everyone knows what the debates are on Facebook, so if an advocacy group is formed, then that's their realm. We try to provide the information for the elected officials to share through whatever avenues they have.
I don't know if I think I need to say this. There was something about the closure of Colonial Park. That was an example of what the cost the schools were dealing with. We're not closing Colonial Park. And we don't have all the numbers, things could change, but I want to just let people know right now, there's nobody saying that they're closing Colonial Park School. I saw
They're
that.
going through the redistricting efforts. So
The
we'll just have to be
redistricting, that's
careful.
something different, but what is out there is saying they're closing Colonial Park School. That is not true. I just want to.
And I think the superintendent used an example in one of his speeches stating that the amount of money we're cutting could have the impact of cutting a school like Colonial Park.
Yes.
And
thank
that
you.
was taken a little bit
Out of context.
out of context.
Sorry, there's somebody online. I can't see your name, so name and address, please. Can you see it?
I can see it, I can't hear them.
You have your camera online? Sir, online?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, my name's Nick Stavry, Ada Lane Road in Stoneham. I just have a question. I just want to, thank you guys for really working together and being proactive and trying to, solve this issue that we have within the town. I just have one question. I know we've talked a lot about expenditures all night, but what does the revenue side look like with all the development and the increase in building permits? Is there going to be an increase on the revenue side? Because we really haven't heard that. So I'm just trying to see where we are from that standpoint.
Good question, Dennis.
So I'll just touch base on that real quickly. 80% of our budget is basically property taxes, which we know is 2.5%. We know we can collect some amount of new growth, which historically has been about 500,000 or 600,000. And now that we have a couple new developments coming on, a lot of them are phased in over multiple fiscal years because the projects take so long. So it's not like you collect $1 million in tax revenue in one fiscal year. Usually it crosses multiple fiscal years. So, an apartment building that might collect $1 million is really $500,000 in one fiscal year and another $500,000 in the next fiscal year. We've increased our estimates for local receipts in our past budget cycles, so that basically we've estimated $1 million more than we had in previous fiscal years. And then the state aid is the last remaining piece, which is, again, like 20%. And their initial revenue estimates for the state level was 3%, a range of around 3%. But they haven't really disclosed how the new millionaire's tax would be allocated across different uses, whether that's infrastructure or education but the vast majority of the budget, no matter how you cut it, is 80% is within that 2.5 constraint. So even if we had a silver bullet, it wouldn't fix a $3.5 million shortfall in the schools or any other ambitions that we've talked about tonight. So we're seeing positive interest rates now that we actually have money in our reserves. We're able to earn interest that helps support the operating budget while making sure we're liquid in case there is an emergency, like a gas explosion or whatever happens in some other towns. So that will be part of, again, future conversations. We've done past presentations on the revenues, and we'll do future presentations on the revenues. I think the ambitions for tonight was to educate residents about other departments' needs, and we just selected 3 of them to highlight, again, the vast majority of what people perceive as the town budget, not to have the holistic conversation here tonight.
But some of that shortfall could be offset by some increase in revenues based on what you're saying, because you haven't really nailed down a number yet.
Right. So as we've gone through the budget process before, we haven't even seen the governor's budget, so we have no idea what state aid is, even proposed state aid. Then it goes to the legislature and Senate, and then we work with the assessor's office to make projections. But in every past fiscal year, it's been somewhere between 2.5%, 3.5%, or 4% that we utilize for our projections for future fiscal years, and that doesn't close the gap. But
Yeah, and what is our free cash number? What do we have available?
I'd have to double check the exact balances, but we do have, I think it was in total of reserves, it's like 6 million maybe in free cash, but it's close to 13 million across all of our reserve accounts, which is somewhere around 15 to 18% of our total budget. So when our auditor was here at a previous meeting, they talked about that our balances should be someplace between 15 and 27 or 30%, and we're at the lower end of that when we consider that the town's water, sewer, general fund budget is around $100 million.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody, and thank you for working together and really bringing this issue to the forefront in a proactive manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. All right, anybody else? I'm gonna say this is gonna end our override discussion for tonight.
Everyone should stay for the town administrator's report.
If they get up and leave, I'm home.
So, thank you all for coming.
I would just table the.
You guys can go too if you want.
You've stuck it out long enough. Get out of here.
Thank you.
Go home with your family.
Jeremy, thank you for clarifying about colonial parks. I feel like his terminology and like how he phrased it was clear, and we were all so stressed.
Yeah, no, I think there's more information to come. Tri-board next week.
We'll be there next week.
All right, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, Maria.
His report's gonna be 2 minutes long.
Well, next on the agenda is the building naming rights policy. Can we table that? I would entertain a motion to table that.
That's fine.
Bye, Deputy Chief.
Are you there?
Hi, Chairwoman.
Yeah, I make a motion, we table the naming of the buildings.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Town Administrator's report.
The only thing I'm going to mention tonight is that the ARPA funds were all obligated by the December 31st deadline. with 7.2 million total allocated, we allocated just over $200,000 additional from all the fund balances towards streets and sidewalks.
Great. That's it?
Yep.
Non-delivered announcements and scheduling. I have a couple, but,
I gotta,
oh, you got a.
oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Even David had a comment.
Dave, your New Year's resolution's been going very well.
I know.
Please. David's being, no, I was only kidding.
You don't have anything?
No, I was only kidding because I wanted to see if David can continue to
Well,
be nice to me.
I have just a couple things. Christmas tree pickup is this week. Happy birthday to Stoneham. We are 300 years old. Is it December 24th or 25th?
It's up in the air. I wasn't
It's
sure.
either the
December
24th or the 25th was the first town meeting or something.
Actually, I was in that picture.
You were in that picture?
Yeah,
On the-
I was the fourth grade of Robin Hood. We did the reenactment of the first town meeting.
300 years ago?
Dave, you're 5 years behind me, bro. You're not that far.
So Stoneham is 300 on Christmas, we'll say. Happy birthday, Stoneham. The upcoming meetings, they're listed on our website. Tri-Board is next Tuesday. School committee meeting is having their meeting this Thursday. Our public engagement meetings are January 28th at 6 p.m. at the Town Hall, and February 8th at 11 a.m., which is a Saturday, at Town Hall as well. If you go to Stoneham's website, there's lots of information under news. I saw a little thing, Stoneham Winterfest by the CDC. That looks very interesting on the Town Common on February 1st. So if nobody has anything else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Stoneham TV.
Thank you,
and
Stoneham
have a good night.
TV.